Eh. Hello. Why am I so far to this side? Hold on. Pardon me. Nearly let my true nature show through. Oh, no, not that. What's the... Not this button. God, I'm such a dick. Such a dickle-dander. Alright, music down. Hello! Amethyst, how's it going? Great stream earlier, by the way. Everyone make sure that you're following Amethyst on Twitch. $53rd. Bigums, how's it going? On a roll with these streams? Yeah, I'm you know. It's because I'm enjoying it. It's because I'm enjoying it. I'm also procrastinating editing videos by instead working on... Usually the way that I operate... You know what, I might even tie my hair back in the stream. The way I operate is... I only ever do stuff to get out of doing other stuff. So, like, if I get really sucked into a video game, what tends to happen is I tend to play that to escape streaming and doing work. But then at some point, I get so sick of the game that I start doing work to get out of playing the game, you know? Because sometimes it's just easier to, like, be productive than it is to, like, fuck around in a game. And then the same goes for, like, you know, doing multiple types of work. I feel like I just really don't want to edit a video. So I'm just, like, streaming instead. Headsman, how's it going? Naruka, hello, hello. Chicken jerky? Chicken jerky. Yo, Jed, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Overexudes rains lovely snaps and can't stand. Welcome, welcome. Overexudes rains lovely snaps and can't stand that thing anymore. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's always good to have multiple things. Multiple things to swap between. Big ass cleanup. Also, I've simplified the waves to be just one wavelength right now. Just so I... Oh, fuck's hey. What the fuck is... I'm gonna have to find a new... Are we back? Are we back? Hello? Are we alive again? We are back, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a new, like, restream service, because restream just sucks ass. Like, it's just not doing it. That's what we're gonna get today? Yeah, it's just fucked. Alright, so we need to do a big-ass cleanup. But the idea is... guess it could be just one thing. I don't know. And I need to keep reminding myself about this water system. Also, this probably looks like fat ass, like through the compression and whatever. Yeah, I just need to remind myself this is for first and foremost for my game and my style and needs. So yeah, that's all I can. Why is this stationary? This part right here. Why are you totally fucking standing still? So cursed. Yeah, the new river stuff, is it because of this or something? God, I don't know. Yeah, there's just like a bit here that isn't isn't moving with the waves. Maybe it is that. Hold on, can I can't grab it. Yeah, I can't remember about what the fuck I was doing. Let me just move these guys as well real quick. I'll just yeet them. And yeah, I also, did I mention last stream I wanted to put together like a more representative test level of like actual stuff. Let me get rid of the exploder. Let me put the exploder over here. So yeah, like a thing that just has thingos and all that stuff. Is that even... what's happening here? Why does it look so fucking dumb? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, for the rivers, I'm planning on using a similar thing where like we draw the velocity of like the predetermined, you know, river stuff. We draw a portion of it into the simulation. So you can see here, like the waves are just doing, you know, they look dumb as hell. But over here, the waves kind of extend into the simulation zone. Or they drive the simulation at the shore edge. Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup I need to do. Wow, that looks terrifying. Thanks, Jed. Thank you very much. And I'll also disable all the other things momentarily. No deform. No wind. No, I do need the water. That's what we're doing. And the paint's already turned off. Yeah, so I need to... Because, like, a lot of the stuff is just hacked together at the moment. So, like... This is all just, like, ham-fisted in, you know? So to get back on something you mentioned last stream about sampling the RVT. Would fewer samples on the RVT cause issues on an over-the-shoulder third-person environment? Fewer samples of the RVT. I'm not sure. What's the question again? Holy spaghetti? Yeah, this is fucked up. This shit's fucked up. That's delta time and water surface. Like fucking hell, Jesus. Alright, that's to get the water surface. Why am I not signing that? You know, let me... Well, okay, that's the thing. This is add water input to water sim, which is supposed to be about adding the input, you know? As in, like, the external input. So I think I might move all of this shit. I mean, this whole thing needs to kind of be redone anyway. Right. And so the water input here needs to be distorted by the waves at the water surface, because you can see if I draw here up and down, maybe that's a bad example. Yeah, so like here changes, like where the mouse is actually changes as the WPO changes. So what I need to do is when I draw input to the water shader and whatever, I need to distort that input in the XY direction based on, well, firstly, where the water surface is. Because we don't want to do it up here, because this is all, there's no WPO here. So that's number one thing to do. Let me get a notepad up. All right. PS cape. All right, we need to do input distortion to account for waves. We need to do religious sampling the RVT every frame for the system. Yeah, no, it shouldn't like affect, it shouldn't be any different depending on like the view perspective. Like, yeah, what I was saying was, currently the render targets, or the Niagara system, samples a bunch of RVTs every frame, because we're moving the simulation around every frame, you know? If the simulation didn't move, I could just sample the RVT for each pixel and then just leave it and just use that data. But because our simulation's moving around, I just resample it every frame because I'm lazy as fuck. So what I wanted to do was only move the render target, you know, every like few meters or so. And then when it snaps to the new position, then resample the RVT, but only in like the corners or the sides that have been thingamajigized. Water update. Number 1. Influence again for waves. 2. Move the wave to move WPO to WO to simulation logic. I also need to decide, how do I want to do... If waves crash against something, I should probably just add pressure to the system rather than... Rather than velocity, although the velocity will cause pressure, which will then even itself out. So it doesn't matter either way, actually. Was it trails, please? Yeah, soon. Soon. I had cool blood splatters. I've already done that. If you look a few streams ago, there's some stuff. Was it this stream? This one here? Yeah. Exciting. Alright, and then we need to do the particles masks. As that simulation produces them less often, only updating the missing data. Yeah, exactly. And then the other idea is that is to make all of the different simulations update on different frames. So instead of like, you know, yeah, it saves a bunch of performance. But then when you move over, if all of them updated at once, there would be like a frame spike. It wouldn't be noticeable, but it just doesn't sit right with me. And so, yeah, the idea would be that if all of the simulations are slightly staggered, then they can't update on the same frame. So it wouldn't change anything visually, but it would just mean that as you, let's say you were running at full speed, you know, it would update the deform stuff, the other stuff. And then there was one more optimization, which is to actually do the simulations in like a cycle. So not, because currently every simulation runs every single frame, which like looks great, it feels super responsive, but what I could do is run them like this. So run, you know, the deform and wind, or like the cheaper ones, every third frame, and then run the water every third frame but offset, and then the, you know, the blood and paint stuff or whatever would run every third frame but offset by a frame. So it goes like, you know, chunk of processing, chunk of processing, chunk of processing, and then loops back around. And then when, let's just say this one, when this capture gets done at the start, we lerp towards that capture until here, at which point this one pretty much gets discarded because we've lerped all the way to the new, well, does that make sense? So the whole simulation would run 3 frames behind. But you would lerp between the results really smoothly. Kind of like how animations work. Where, like, you know, yeah, you do like a 30 FPS animation from Blender, but in the engine, when you slow down time to like 0.1% or whatever, it's like, you know, it's running, it's interpolated. So it would be kind of like that. Could density of fluid be changed, for example, for magma? I want to figure out a nice way to do that. Currently, well, because it's all driven, because it's all locally bound, you can't have like a pool of magma and a pool of water. Although what I want to do is to mask, or like, you know, use some RVT values or something. It all comes back to fucking RVTs as usual. But use some, maybe like an extra, like how many fucking thingos are we gonna do? But yeah, I could do a, another RVT, and yeah, you could use RVTs to drive parameters of the water. So for example, like let's say here specifically, I wanted the waves to be slightly less strong. Or like, you know, this beach over here, I wanted it to be less wavy than the beach over there. So there would be like a damping value in the RVT. And then you could just use like a big plane, like a big brush or something, like this, and just like smack it down, make sure it's drawing to the right channel, and then, you know, and then everything can read from that. So the WPO can read from that, the simulation data can read from that. Even something like the buoyancy system, even a CPU side buoyancy system, could read from that. If it was just like a circular fall off or something, or some kind of shape, then you could instead turn this into like a bounding box. And when your character is overlapping with that box, when they, you know, get the water height on the CPU, they could then also apply the rule, which is, you know, from the center, fall off, and multiply it by the inverse of that, or whatever. And then apply that to the buoyancy calculation for that position. I don't know whether... I don't know. I'm still not 100% sure how I want to do the buoyancy. The more I, like, think about it, I think doing, like, a GPU callback is probably the most sane thing to do. With maybe, like, a CPU fallback for really distant objects. So currently we're like recalculating the WPO of the waves. Why do these... What is that even doing? I don't understand where these, like, weird nodes are coming from. So cursed. You are getting sleepy. But yeah, so we're recalculating the position of the waves and the velocity of the waves to then use in simulations. So we can just, like, do a GPU, well, like a buffered callback within this calculation zone, which is 80 meters. So double the regular simulation size. Because I made it twice as, like, large in world space so that you can see the particles over here. Not necessarily the foam simulation and whatever, but yeah. So I don't know, I'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, it could be interesting. Could use vertex color on the plane to dry that too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could just do like a big ass plane and then vertex color that and then write that to the RVT. With the particle masks, I'm trying to think what particles there need to be for the water system. There needs to be, like, the foam this frame. So that when foam is created, then, you know, where do we need particles and shit? Probably also need just, like current foam. Because foam tends to have, like, little zhuzhy dudes. Just, like, fuzzling out of it. I don't know, maybe I'll need, like, an extra one for, big foam. This frame. Is every visibility control by the master, is it smarter? So the way I'm gonna do it is the foam particles try and spawn in like a random like zone around the player. They try and spawn every... there's two ways we can go about it, right? There's the spawn them everywhere, but then if they're on, you know, a black part of the texture, kill them before the frame finishes. Which is what I was doing in that other example that's gone now. So there's that version. Then the other one would be to iterate over the texture and spawn particles in those positions. I think iterating... the texture is... it's only 128 by 128. But that's still like 16,000. So that would be equivalent to spawning 16,000 particles. Everyone needs building function for loading particles, starting positions be controlled by textures. You can do that. Well, no, I think it is just, yeah, it tries to spawn it in some position and then culls it if it doesn't work. I think. I don't know, I'm trying to think how it would go. There you go, that's better. Ah, is that because of time distortion that was... Oh, yeah, that would make sense, actually. So yeah, I've very much simplified the waves so that I can kind of see what the hell's going on. Sweet foam. Yeah, there's also too much back suction. At the shoreline. See how it's like sucking back? Yeah. Build the first solution, spawn and reject for projectile particles. Depending on the area you want to cover, you end up spawning a ton of particles as well. They don't cost anything to render since they die immediately, but Unreal still allocates memory. Iterating over the texture first and spawning them only when needed, so to speak, would be ideal in my view. But I also haven't been able to figure out a good way of doing that, which might as well be a skill issue on my part, but oh well. Yeah. Yeah. The thing about iterating over the whole texture, though, is that you're then... iterating over... Well, yeah. For our thing, it would be 16,000 or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Well, like, see, the thing is that, yeah, you would still spawn... Let's say I was spawning 1,000 particles per second using spawn and reject. Or, sorry, 1,000 particles per frame. Or let's say like 50,000 per second or something, which for GPU particles is perfectly reasonable. Then yeah, I don't know. That's tough. So I'm gonna make these twice as wavelengthuous. I don't know. It shouldn't be too problematic to just do it one way and switch it over to another. Oh. Same problem with GF? What, you mean rejection? Damn. Gija, thank you very much for the follow. All right, let's begin the cleanup. So we first need to oh my god. So what's this stage doing? We're adding the water input to the water sim. Apply water surface and fade. That should be getting done afterwards anyway. Teddy, how's it going? Water wave distance field. So that does get sampled in this stage. So then we just need to pull all the data from. Yeah. UE5 makes my head hurt. Yeah, it's a little bit. I don't know. It's a bit crazy. There's a lot of stuff, which is a blessing and a curse. But I find it, once you get used to it, it's very powerful. Although I wish they would focus on developing the existing toolage rather than doing all their fucking fancy, you know, knobs, polished knobs. Do you usually do everything via blueprints? Yeah. I do like 99% of my stuff in blueprints. Or anything that is like coding. Anything like, you know, material or particle have their own graph and whatnot. Which is easier on the eyes, but has its own problem. Yeah. That's fair. Everything has its ups and downs. Otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be any. There wouldn't be options if they all didn't have pros and cons. All right, let's start by water velocity input min. Yeah, input strength, water foam input multiplier. I also don't think the the foam is just using the length of the velocity. It's kind of dumb. Oh, my fucking mouse. I forgot to... That's fine, I can put up with it. How long have you been working on your game, or is this a different project? I started GameDev like 4 years ago. Maybe nearly 5 years ago. Fuck, time flies. So I've always been working towards my hashtag dream game. My hashtag dream game hashtag. But I've diverted a lot along the way and moved to doing a bit of tooling, which is always fun. What was doing all this stuff by that? Right, let's... Okay. Wait, why is that still zhuzhing? That's not moving very... Oh, I guess because it's... I don't know. Oh no, is it the foam mask? That doesn't make sense. The fuck are you... Huh? Is it just that the 0.0001? God, even then it's still... You know, it's enough for now. Okay, so let's just make sure that our inputs are being drawn. Nice. Yeah, like tech art stuff. Tutorials helped a bunch? Hell yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Alright, I just need to figure out... So that was all going into the water... So let me just isolate this. And then this was getting pressure and adding that into the foam, which I might keep. Oh my god, my fucking... My goddamn mouse. I wonder, is there tape anywhere? Or blue tack? If that works a bit better. Alright, so that was all their foam shit. This was all... like, just fucking nightmare fuel. I might even just... redo it. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, fuck that. You can all... die. Set the velocity where the input velocity is greater than the current velocity. That's for our... what's it called? Cat hair in their laser? No, it's like the clicker doesn't hold down. It keeps like letting go of the left click. Alright, we don't care about flow surface. The water velocity I do care about. Although that is the water velocity is the local velocity. I also need to factor in the water's movement. Because, like, if the water is moving, you know, back and forth, but the character is standing in place, we need to draw velocity in the opposite direction so that it kind of looks like it's swooshing that way. Or at least making foam or, like, you know, pressure or whatever. Also, yes, I know this is, like, really bumpy looking. I might even do a kernel at the end for the pressure. Just to, like, zhuzh it out a bit more. Just because, yeah, it's really rough on the WPO. Like these kind of waves. Because I do need the WPO waves derived from the pressure difference, or, like, fuck, what's it called again? The divergence and convergence of velocities. But it just looks dumb as fuck. Because I need it so that we can kind of simulate, like, turbulence around the rocks and shit properly. So, yeah, I don't know. Trying to do water caustics for a single layer of water material, then later realize it's kind of fake and has no depth. So I could add depth to the caustics. You could try... if you have a... if you have an RVT sample... so for example, I've got my land height drawing to an RVT. There might be a way you can use bump offset. Let me actually try that right now. That's an interesting point. This is sidetrack number 1. Procrastination number 1. Procrastination number 1. So if we had this guy, which is our... no, that's water data. Let me yeet a land interaction height, world height. Let's just say we had a texture. This is a fucking spaghetti monster right here. Texture, I don't know, caustic? Caustic, oh, that's a flip book. Fuck it, just Voronoi. Voronoi. Or a Perlin? Perlin noise? How's that go? No, that's shit. Surely there's a Voronoi in here somewhere. Tiling Voronoi. What the fuck? No, that's like a... 2x1k. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, you know what? Let me just get like a water... the Priz water shit. Water noise. And we'll just get that guy, I guess. I don't know. Get the B. Get the G. Oh my god, my fucking mouse. Piece of shit. I might need to go get some blue tack in a bit. So we just go base color, opacity 0. Oh, sorry, opacity 1. Didn't I say the G channel? Okay. Ignore that Z fighting. So we could try... Oh, this would want to be world aligned as well. Divide... I don't know, 500. Yeah, true. I mean, I'll just fix this one when I have a break. Let's go a bit bigger than that, 2000. Okay, so we've got texture doing its thing. In its own lane, thriving. So then we want to, like, offset it based on the underlying stuff. I don't think you can get depth because the single layer water is opaque. So I think you would have to use an RVT for it. So if we just do like a bump offset. The height would be this guy. Coordinate is this guy. Something like this. Let's just see how fucked up this gets. Yeah, well and truly. Is the water depth? Oh! Is that? Scene depth. Without water. Right, without single layer. What? Fuck, okay. That's news to me. That's kind of pog. So what, if that was... Why is it a... Input mode coordinates offset function, fallback depth. Huh. Let's yeet that in. So that's from camera perspective, right? To get the actual depth. Yeah. Well, depth from that perspective. But yeah, no, that's... Okay, that's handy. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know that existed. But I mean, I guess it would have to because, yeah, they do two thingers. So is that perspective dependent? Yeah. Vaguely. Okay, well, if we used that into here. I don't think, because you want to sample it here and then yeet it under. Alright, so if we like undick this. So that's going the wrong way around. Pixel depth minus this guy. Obviously, bump offset's not the best. Like, yeah, it's going to get a little bit fucked up because of the pixel, you know, because it's like view dependent. But yeah, now you can see that, yeah, like it is doing... It's like kind of projected onto the bottom. I guess once you like distort the shit out of it and whatnot, it might not matter. So then if you put this into the... What's it called? The scale color behind water? I can't remember where any of this shit was. I think it was this into there and there. I don't know, pretty scuffed, but like, yeah, you can see it's kind of... Well, it was refract. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, now you can see underneath it there's caustics. Perspective shit just throws it every time. Yeah, exactly. So that's where the RVT could come in handy. So do the... It would be the world height minus the Z height. So that would be the vertical depth. Yeah, hold my dick. That looks a bit better in some places. Is it too... It's too, like, strong. Let me also just fucking piss and shit this up. You just... Yeah. Oh my god, this fucking mouse button is making me want to die. So that looks too deep. Which is probably just because height ratio input. I don't know, just fucking magic number it. Magic number till it looks nice. Yeah. Not shit. And then, yeah, you could do something like time. Time, this guy. Add sine 0.5. I don't fucking know. Check that into the base color. Why is that not? Hello? Time. Add to sign. Oh, that's going to base color. Right. No, I meant to the fucking whatever it is. This guy. This is gonna look terrible, by the way. Wow, it's so cool. Give me a fucking cloud noise or some shit, I don't know. So scuffed. You know, maybe even just like water. The water normals that are being used. Then get the RG. Get the length of that. And then a bit of contrast. Because that way you could even use like the output of the flow maps. Although you'd have to sample it twice, which is annoying. And we're just spinning it. I'm just hacking shit together at the moment. Like I'm not I'm not that worried about it, honestly. Now I wonder if does the color scale behind water do they automatically apply refraction to it? Because that would be so fucking annoying to have to manually refract it. You know? I should be doing multiply 5 plus 1. I don't want to darken it. Okay. Let me just put the normals back in. Yeah, having to manually refract it would be just fucked up. I can't tell. Yeah, they don't. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. Look at that dumb flow map shit happening. Yeah, okay. So you'd need to, like... If you had waves and shit going on, you would need to get it and then distort its UVs by some amount. So, like... Sample water. Water normals. Mask RG. Backwards nodes. Divide by... probably multiply that, actually. By some number, how much do we want the normals to refract it by? In world space units, so like 10 or some shit. Smack that bad boy into here. Oh, that should also be in... No, that is world normals. So yeah, in theory, now I should be able to refract the caustics by the water normals. But yeah. Yeah, so now the caustics are refracting for the interaction normals, I mean. Not for the regular water shit. But yeah. Yeah, just for the caustics behind there. The other thing you could do also is, but that would require... See, why don't they just fucking do that, like, when they do this shit? Why not just get the normals and, like, do it in screen space? Like, that's so brain dead. Color Scale, but no, it doesn't even. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for the single layer water node, to have to manually distort the caustics, which are supposed to be under the water, is, like, absurd. Because it gets done. Yeah, because if it can just fucking distort, you know, stuff behind it, why can it not just do that for the... I don't know. The whole engine's scuffed. I give up. Is the camera... No, so I just mean, like, from above the water. Why do the caustics not abide by, like, the refraction? Because, like, from my presumption, what happens is the scene gets rendered without the water. You know, it has its own depth, has all that shit. Then it does a second pass for the water, and the water then can, like, operate on the previous buffer. So you can get the normals of, you know, down here, and the color of down here, and distort them wherever there is water. So... yeah, because it's getting done in a separate stage. Why don't they just, like, do the... I guess because it isn't actually behind it at all. I don't know, it's just fucking stupid. Like, if this is supposed to be for using caustic textures, etc., why do they not... Why don't they just project it onto, you know, the previous depth buffer? Like what I'm doing, using... well, I'm using... what's it called? The RVT. Yeah. I don't know. I think this is just a big missed opportunity to be like, oh yeah, like, input this as just a texture on top or whatever, and then we will handle sampling that, then distorting it based on the depth buffer, the first depth buffer, and then we apply refraction to it. But this just requires so much manual finagling. Which is just silly. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The Unreal way, exactly. Jeez, why didn't they let me design the engine, you know? With all my extensive knowledge on, like, fucking nothing. Maybe I should start a Patreon where I make a branch of the engine, a fork of the engine, sorry, and ask people for money to do that, to then develop my own game. And also, TAA is the devil. Temporal anti-aliasing is turning the frogs gay. You know what I'm saying? You guys like that? You're gonna get banned? What do you mean? Why would I get banned? Am I gonna get banned for being a TAA advocate? The frogs were already gay? True. Aren't most frogs, what's it called? Don't they do, like, sex reversal? Oh, only during their tadpole phase? Hmm. Okay, no, yeah, they can, yeah. There you go. So yeah, the frogs, at least some of them, statistically, were already gay. Frogs really do be kissing their homies. Yeah, what the fuck? Why are frogs so damn woke? I mean, you know how it is. Go woke or go broke, frogs. Fuck. Apologize to the TAA Plus community. I mean, I'm actually part of the TAA Plus community, so... I'm immune. I'm actually exempt from any criticism. What have we done? What have we done? Too much banter. Not enough damn work. Why? What's with all you guys? You're all busy talking in chat, but you're not doing any work. Like, get some fucking work done. Oh my god. You guys are hopeless. Called out. I'm just here grinding my ass off, you know? I'm on that MF grind set. I'm on that MF grinder, you know? What were you doing when I was streaming? I was asleep. I had to rest, you know? I had to rest my eyes. Oh my god, this fucking mouse. I'm gonna explode it in a second. I'm gonna unalive this mouse. Why is it so cold? Warm up. UE5 Sigma. Hell yeah. That's some statistical significance, if ever I've seen it. You see blueprint graphs in my dreams? I see them while I'm, like, just awake. Wait, no, I wasn't even doing that anymore because I don't want to add velocity. I wanted to set velocity, which is literally what I'm doing here. So that whole bit there can just yeet. This can die. This can die. Kinda. Well, no, it needs to. Now, water height. Do you class in your game and the same top does view in your channel? I do kinda. Yeah. I do kinda sorta. So that's delta time multiplied by the reflectors. Right, which is to yeah, dampen it around characters and stuff. Also, I'm gonna do a bunch of like commenting and shit in this stream. I'm becoming a commentator. Alright, let's just see if this still works. Yeah, okay. So we're not even drawing directly to the ripple buffer anymore. It's literally the water velocity, and then we get the pressure, like the velocity pressure, which is these kind of humps, and then those humps draw to the capillary ripple stuff. Which saves a bunch of juice, but also means that, like, you know, the waves crashing will now cause ripples without any extra shit happening. So that's simplified. Water foam. Water foam will be caused by, again, positive pressure. So I think I can just yeet that. Before we started GameDev, do you have any prior knowledge on stuff? Since you seem to have a good grip on the technical side of tech art? No. I opened a game engine. In fact, I opened a 3D program, aka Blender, for the first time in 2020. COVID times. Yeah. Oh my god, this fucking mouse. I'm actually gonna explode my own head in a minute. Water surface, water flow. Only apply this on water surface, water flow. Yeah. Now, water surface is... Does water surface, if I go to... When we get water surface, am I adding our dude? Pixel data, get the W, which is an absolute value. So we don't even need the height RVT now. Okay, yeah, so that then gets subtracted against the landscape height. So we do account for the waves already. But then... What does vector mean? Yes. Sorry, but yeah, before game dev, I'd done audio engineering and videography and Photoshoppy graphics shit. You know, just like typical art shit. Art and like, you know. I've always been very computer literate. High computational literacy. And like always interested in like, you know, making custom scenarios in like RTS games and all that kind of stuff. And actually, I was really good with Game Maker 6 when I was in high school, in like year 8. We did Game Maker in an IT class. And I can remember doing that at home as well, actually, in year 8. But then just like stopped doing it at some point. But yeah, you know, the moral of the story is like, if you've got the passion and the drive and like, you know, like, you know, follow your dreams, man. You can achieve anything. Don't let other people tell you what you can and can't do. Something. Get good. Scrub. Yeah. I don't know. There's a moral to the story somewhere. Just be smart. Just get a bigger brain. Get on my level. Alright, that's doing normal water things. Okay, so what I want to do now is if I go to Ocean Waves Manager and I put the amplitude up, maybe not that high. You know what else I was thinking? I can... I was thinking I could derive the normals in the dude. I could do the normals inside the guy. But then it wouldn't apply out here. But is that like... Do we even fucking care? Probably. Speaking teachers touch typing. Year 8, 1995. Fair. Did you experiment with C++ side of Engine 2? No. I hate C++. I don't really hate it, but yeah. I just haven't. I don't know. It just seems like so much effort. Blueprint is like what got me into Unreal or into game dev in the first place. And I kind of want to like, I don't know, a lot of my channel is about, you know, showing that like even idiots like me can make games and like do game stuff. Like there's a very low or a much lower barrier to entry than they used to be. And I think doing all my stuff in Blueprint definitely, like, helped people understand things better. I never learned touch typing. My typing lessons was just like playing RuneScape through year 4 to year 7. Just like, you know, buying Mystic Robe top 50k each. Selling Dwarf Cannon 800k, selling Dwarf Cannon 800k, selling Dwarf Cannon 800k. Know the programmers already? No, I don't. I know, oh, are you talking to Arby? The thing is, Unreal's C++ is... Unreal's C++ is like baby C++. And if you know Blueprint in if you know Blueprint in Unreal Engine, then you'll be able to use Unreal C++ like quite quickly. All right, so you can see here, right? As I draw to the input, you can see it's being distorted because we're sampling the texture, you know, offset by the waves and shit. So what I want to do, and again, that's important so that all of the ripples get carried around by the water surface. So what we need to do is, because I'm just doing this up and down, right? Like as my character moves up, it's like, oh yeah, we're like drawing it fucking everywhere. So we need to get the, oh my god, there's so much fucking shit here. We need to grab our, the fucking, what did I call it? It's a no, it's not a 2D vector. It's a 4D vector. It was called water wave data. We're going to smack that bad boy out here. We are going to, I guess, convert from a 4-fer to a 2-fer. 4D to 2D. I love these little converter nodes. I wish Blueprint and Materials could fucking do this shit. So handy. I mean, usually they have like hard-coded ones, but you can do like, you can do cool shit like this, right? You can be like, oh yeah, let's do a 2D and a 2D and put the, you know, this one into there. Anyway, a man can dream. Imagine if Unreal Engine actually, like, you know, went back and, like... Right, so we need to apply... We need to do it at the B surface, but apply it... There's a lot of cool shit we wish we had. Yeah, it's like, it's got heaps of, like, awesome stuff. Like wildcard node connections. Like just, yeah, numeric, and it just handles all the shit. Because, like, it all gets compiled out. Like, it all gets compiled into the proper types and shit, but... I don't know. I guess, like, because this was built... I guess Niagara is kind of the newest system they've... aside from PCG, actually. PCG seems dumb as, like, I don't know. Why didn't they just go with like blueprint looking stuff. Like you can't even like branch in. I don't know. It's yeah. I mean you can, but you couldn't at the start. PCG. I remember it even took Sov like a little while to like, you know, have like a custom branching node where you could like take half of them and I don't know, do something with it. It's just scary. I still haven't touched it since then. Yeah. And the wasn't it that like the false was on top? Or no, it had like an A and B output or something, but it was like B and A. I don't know. Just silly. Float. Sim size. Woos. Sim size world space. So we're going to get the WPO divided by the simulation size. Then we're going to add that to this guy. Is it that I want to offset the water input, or is it that I want to calculate the water input but then offset it? I don't know, who cares? Let me do both of these actually. Oh wait, but I only want to do this at the water surface. So just water surface by 2, or just water surface, blah, 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 blah. So if it's not on the water surface, then don't apply the offset. So that'll multiply itself down to 0. Let's do that as well. Oh my god, fuck off mouse. Save money to buy PCGate plugin? Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear it. If you get it before this update comes out, it'll be like $15 cheaper. I'm thinking of upping the price. I'm considering it. Alright, I didn't put in the size. Yeah, this is old school RuneScape MIDI files. There's like 500 MIDI files you can just download from the wiki page. Alright, let's see what the frick's going on. Okay, that's... I think it needs to be... subtracted instead of thingoed. I see estimated in here. Did you find a solution to the water propagation FPS thing? Oh, you mean like when you like minimize it and open it back up and it goes a bit funny? Yeah, I did. Why is this not? My solution was to just use... So the problem was that the FPS has to be really stable. Let me just not do this real quick. Oh, yeah, put that in there. Ow. Oh, I know. Water wave data is... Sorry, one sec. Water wave data is the velocities, not the offset. Okay, hold on. Oh, water awave, WPO. Yeah, so the solution... Oh my god, piss off. There we go. It's like max FPS, something like that, made a receiver unity running as... What can I do? Ah, right. Yeah, so you need to... You need to factor delta time into, like, all the right places. So for example, like the distance of for like a ripple propagator, you know, where the ripples just go outwards, you need to, like, the kernel distance needs to be scaled by delta time. Okay, is this? Okay, so it must be the other way. Oh, no. Again, I'm just dumb as fuck. Hold on. Vector. Water. Wave. WPO. Fuck, I'm gonna have to do another convert. Well, actually, no. I want the, I still want this one. Water wave data. Wait, then where I get this is getting the... So, water waves projection, that's the WPO. Right, which I'm also just putting the Z. Oh no, that gets the RVT height. So that's the absolute height. This is the offset height. In here, so WPO. So then in the get water surface, I need to sample it down. Oh, fuck. From the big boy. Oh my god, this is getting so messy. This is a big fuckfest. Alright, convert. Covert? Convert. Ah. As much as I like these little convert nodes, I wish there were just some, like, you know, convert vector to 2D vector. Alright, let's see now if the offset works. That looks better. Yeah? Yeah, no, I think that's correct. Like it's a little bit fucked up. Maybe it is... Well, no, that just looks like it's fucked up because of the height. Because I'm, like, under the water. Right? Yeah, no, it's definitely working. If I just, Ocean Man 0.001 1.01 maybe, and then put the steepness up to like Steepness factor 2. Now it's really going to be kind of churning. Churning sideways. Yeah. And yes. Yeah. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. That's perfect. So we're applying input at the offsetted location, but then... So if we look in the actual simulation, it will look as though we're, like, zigzagging. As we move along. Yeah, you can see the zigzag. But that's only because the texture is being offset by the WPO of the waves. Oops, wrong button. Where's our fucking wireframe shit? So yeah, you can see these are all getting zhuzhed around. Bitrate probably hates that. Right, now the other thing we need to do is to only do that when there's a water surface. So if there is, you know, this shit, we don't want it to be getting offset by the global waves WPO calculation, because that's dumb as fuck. So let's multiply it by water surface here. That doesn't need to be inverted. Okay, so we're now drawing our inputs to the offset position. What's the color of your water shaded complexity? I don't know, probably red. I don't really look at that kind of stuff. It's pink. It's pink. Ignore this overdraw. That's just ignore it. I don't know why this is. I guess because, yeah, it is drawing two things. Are you Prismatica or is your game Prismatica? I'm Prismatica dev. I'm the dev of Prismatica. So yeah, my game is Prismatica. But people also call me Prismatica, you know? Some people also call me Shader Jesus. If that tickles your pickle. Right, so let's see. This is still being offset nicely. Material profit. Wow. And this is not getting offset, so that's great. That's very exciting. And then where it kind of like does both, it gets a bit murky, but you know, what can you fucking do? At that point, there's going to be so much shit going on that, you know, we don't really care. Cool. I kind of like this, like, low amplitude, high steepness. Maybe I could do that, but less fucked up, you know? Like, okay, that's a bit fucked up. Okay, that's a bit too much. Okay, you know what? No more double steepness. Let's put it back to 0.5 instead of 5.0. What was the other thing I needed to do? Yeah. Particle mass. Cool. Yeah, also keep in mind that this water isn't, like, optimized. It's very smashed together. It's got a bunch of stuff happening that doesn't need to be happening. Okay, so currently we're not drawing any velocity to our dudes. I think I'm still applying... no, I don't even... No, that's not even being applied. That's just runoff from this rock. So as the surface goes up, it then changes the surface here. But then the surface runs down the flow normals. Sorry, here. Which is then creating that extra velocity, that velocity runoff. Which also creates those ripples. Also, I think I've got like a whirlpool down here somewhere happening. It's this, you fucker. Come here. You naughty, naughty. Oh, there's more. There's another one right here. Get out. Get delete. Give his vibes a good version of him. Yeah, fair, fair. He's a bit of a loose cannon. I feel like I'm a bit of a loose cannon. Got a Niagara Hurricane or Twister right there? Yeah. I've actually... you know what? Let's not get distracted. But I have done a 3D climate and weather simulation before I started working on this update. Alright, so this is all of our inputs drawn nicely. Although I think I want to... Let's also get our our water reflectors and multiply them by the inverse of the wave's velocity. So that when we're just standing still, that also, does that need to be delta timed? If I'm adding it, then it does. And then that also... Yeah, the ripples get multiplied down by that. We also damp the velocity at those locations. But what I want to do is, yeah, get the inverse of that and add that into... over here. Just see how this goes. So if we're just standing on the shore... let me just pump this up to like a quintillion. A quazillion. Squigillion. We want to... What the fuck? Delta time, multiply, da-da-da-da-da, add. Bish, what the fuck? Why would it be... Right, it's because it's, there's some fucking, like... There's some weird thing happening. When I do get... Well, water waves projection. These values here... For some reason, they are... Some of them are like infinity. which doesn't make sense. Like, why does... It's like divide by 0, but if I just, like, clamp them, right? Clamp. Floaty boy. Clamp. Floaty boy. To, like, you know, negative 100,000 and positive 100,000. And then put it into here. And then also get this guy and do the same. And then also get this guy and do the same. Then all of a sudden it works? Like, I don't know. It's fucking dumb. And then in get water surface, I was doing that. Oh. No, it wasn't even in there. It was in... Yeah. So if I do this now, is it happy? It is happy. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now... Right, so yeah, we were pumping it up to like 100. But now if I'm just standing in the water, I'm going to push back on the water. Now, if I was like moving along with the water, then it would hopefully even itself out. So if I was doing -1, yeah. So as I just stand here, I will be creating kind of disturbance. Because yeah, I mean, you can see it. Is that where I am? Here? Yeah. So if we look here, I'm just sitting, minding my own business, and we're essentially zeroing out the true velocity of the water. I might even chuck that up to 2, just so it's a bit more obvious. Dank. And yeah, as I start to go under the water, the input should be less strong. Like according to the... Yeah, so we're only getting... I don't know. Where's F11? I don't know if the... Right, no, it isn't applying the offset because the offset gets... Because we mask our inputs at the draw input stage, which is this big boy right here. So we'd have to factor in the water height in this stage. I mean, I could just sample the, all the shit, you know? Because the main thing is, right, if we're on the landscape, we always want to draw the water input, but then usually we mask that input by the water flow. So we only ever draw input. You know, if I draw here, we're not going to draw ripples and stuff. But if I draw here, then we start drawing ripples. So we always mask it against the maximal value of landscape or water height. However, now that we're doing the waves and shit with a pre-computed WPO bullshit, we need to factor in the height of the waves to the water height. Again, which isn't hard. I just fucking need to... I can't even be bothered offsetting it. I'll just let it... Yeah, no, it should be fine. Fuck it. Grid 2D collection. This is the water wave data grid. We're just going to sample previous 3 for... no, the 4 for. Vector 4. The unit is the current iteration. You know, I'll do it from here. Let's go grid, input grid. This is getting iterated over the input grid. Execution, index to unit. And then I had some logic. Where was that? Because the water WPO data is like 80 meters squared, whereas our regular simulation is 40 meters squared. Where is that sample logic? Right here. Index plus 5 divided by 2. It's hard-coded, but, you know, the best things in life are hard and coded. So we'll just smack that into there. This is water wave data. Is that what I called it? And then we're just going to break the Z out of that. Sorry, the W. And then that is what we're going to compare our water shit against. Let's just yeet that into there. Z, bam. No, not Z, W. Let's see if that works. So, we're drawing stuff perfectly fine. Up here, we are... hold on, I didn't fucking assign the variables, did I? It's just going to be drawing it everywhere all the time. Alright, wave grid. Wave data grid. Input grid is input grid. Right, so now, if I'm above the waves, totally happy. If I'm in the waves, also happy. No? Getting some stuff. Okay, so it is masking it against the landscape, which is good. If I do it here, it's just going to be doing it because, yeah, like the thingo. Then what's it doing here, though? Wait, what? What's the logic again? Also, is it called water wave data? Or is it called... Where's the projection stage? It's called water wave data pixel. Haha, you fucking idiot. You know, I'm gonna... it's too late. No, it's not too late. Water wave velocity height. And height. Water wave velocity and height. Yeah, whatever. That means I need to go water wave velocity and height. And then in here, water wave velocity and height. Was there anywhere else I was using that? I guess in the draw input, add water input to water sim, blah, 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 blah. You here, water wave. Oh, fuck. Come back. Water wave. Velocity. Oh, no. This one, well. Fuck my life. This one here gets cached in this grid as a different thing. So... that's in get water surface. Water wave velocity and height gets set as water wave velocity and height. And this is the velocity and height with the corrections applied to it. Okay, let's see. Is everything broken now? No, that's good. This seems to be working. This is all happy here. And then over here, when I move around... Yeah, okay. And I go under the wave. It should be drawing less of it. When I'm under the wave. In theory. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely did, right? And I was like right along the doodad? I think it did. Well, if I draw here... Yeah. It's definitely taking the height of the wave into account now. So this is drawing to the seafloor right here. But because the wave goes up and we're underneath it, we don't hit the surface. So that works. And that gets compared to the Z height here. So that's all good now. That's Saul Goodman. Right, now we need to do the real shit. Which is handle all of the additional velocities, foam generation, blah, 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 blah. Got on Gumroad. Purchase power parity price adjust for Brazil was helpful. True. I'm glad it helped. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about Gumroad. I wish you could do that on Fab. Is like, you know, like locally adjusted prices. Alright, what's next? So we get the world position for the waves and do the offset. We calculate our Gersties. We project it so that we get our data in the correct spots in reality. And then we draw that to a render target. This is what we use in particle systems and shit. Probably. Oh, actually, no, this should probably get done later on. Then we start our local water simulation. Get the water surface, which is doing a lot of shit. I also don't need that clamp anymore. That should be pre-clamped. Let's find out. Yep, that's happy. So this is just doing a bunch of setup and getters and calculating the puddles. Where are the puddles? Where's all that shit? Yep. Then add water velocity and wind to water sim. Now this bit here turned into a bit of a fuckfest. Because we wanted the wind to draw directly to the ripples, but then we also want the wind to draw to the velocity of the water. So if I go, turn our wind back on, wind, it's just a little two-stage fella. So wind is now windifying, I think. Can I confirm? Can I? Yes, okay. I can blow the water around again. The wind should also be tracing against the waves now, which is nice. Yeah, it does. So if the wind goes through a wave, then... Yeah. So yeah, the wind needs to draw to the ripples directly so that it doesn't necessarily push the water around. I mean, we can see here I've got it pushing the water around pretty crazy, but that's just for like explosions and stuff. Add water, velocity, and wind to water sim. So I think previously what I was doing is that I was manually drawing some part of the velocity of the water to the ripples, but I don't do that anymore. I just do wind goes to the water velocity. I also don't know why I have this wind density, like, float value, when I can literally just fucking get the length of wind velocity. Like, am I just dumb as fuck? Right, that was so I could then calculate the normals of the wind. Which, if I'm doing this anyway, this, like, wind... I did say I was thinking of moving the wind to a incompressible fluid. Like, simulation, didn't I? What a banger. This is the Inferno music, isn't it? Water surface, water flow. Try the cosmic stuff GDL looks so good. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I guess puddles as well need to... I guess they just get maxed over. Water flow. Because usually the puddles will create water flow as well. So usually it's like not worth doing that, but it's whatever. It's whatever. Water input strength probably needs to. I don't know. The thing about this plugin versus like Fluid Ninja or Fluid Flux or whatever. Like Fluid Ninja is built as a framework for people to make VFX with. Whereas this is just like, I've done all the brain work, and you can just like, you know, plop it on. It's like not really meant to be... Oh, like you can tinker with some stuff, but it's supposed to sort of be very... I don't know. Not non-parameterized, but just a bit more ready out of the box. So I don't want to fuck around too much with like, you know, I mean, okay, some things like how much rippling do you want the wind to impart onto the water is like, you know, fair enough. But some of the other stuff's just a bit like, is it really worth it? Apply reverse velocity at reflectors. Apply the reverse of the wave of the WPO wave velocity at reflector at where there are fellas in the water. Egg. Yeah, whatever. This would also go for rivers as well. So if the river is flowing... Oh, do I want to do that with the local velocity as well, though? Because if there's local velocity doing stuff, and then there's someone standing there, it should technically bounce off it. Although that will get kind of fucky. Maybe I just do it with the wave WPO and the river's velocity RVT. Just add them together and do that there. Cool. This bit here is get the reflectors and dampen the velocity. Again, I don't know if that's really needed because we do it to the height here and we also... I'll just keep it there anyway. Dampen the local velocity slightly at the reflector locations. Set the velocity where they were. I might put that down here actually. It's a bit crazy. It's a bit up and down. Yeah, hot and you're cold, you're yes, then you're no, you're in and you're out, you're up and you're down, you're wrong when it's right, you're black when it's white, you're fine, Sorry, had something stuck in my throat. All right, that's nice and commented. Everything's good. Everything's fine. So that was the. Let me also go the thing with the draw the fucking thing to the stuff. Water waves. These nuts. Add water velocity. Water winds. Let me put that up to 1,000 again, just for fun. Just for fun. Okay. Right, we've done step number 1 in the cleanup, which is drawing things to the correct location when taking the WPO into account. Very, very cool. Very cool. Now we need to do literally everything else. So... apply water surface and fade. Now, what was this doing? This was doing some crazy shit, which it shouldn't be doing. Well, it was getting the water velocity, getting the length of the water velocity. The fuck were you doing? This is just damping the water velocity. Outside of the water surface. What were you doing? You were just doing, yeah, how much to decay the ripples and stuff based on the puddles and whatever. Which for the water height is relevant so that the ripples reflect. This is like pure nightmare fuel. You know what? I'll just trust that past me knew what the fuck I was doing. Add water input to water sim, that's good. Okay, derive water flow surface. This is our... we get our height map. We get the height map. We get the distance fields. Now, the thing about this part is that I also get the distance fields in the big boy. In the... what's it called? Where is it? Water waves. Water wave distance fields. So I just wonder if... Oh. Motion wave data. Where the fuck is the... Get distance field. Water wave location XY. Do this shit. Get the dude. Chuck him in. Water wave velocity and height. What the fuck are you? Water wave data pixel. You don't exist anymore, bro. Water wave data pixel? More like water wave... Suck my nuts. Water wave data pixel is now water wave velocity and height. Very good. Oh, what's your name? My name's Prismatica Dev. The dev of Prismatica. Okay, there's our scuffed distance field. Maybe that's too low res for what we're doing. I could extend the distance. You can call me Charles if you'd like. If that suits you. Maybe we'll do 100 units and then we can just like scale it. So this is where the waves are intersecting with something. We're going to be using this to do our particle spawning. So we can essentially dot product the wave velocity against the distance field at the wave's height, and then use that to spawn some big fellas, you know? And that has to be 3D as well, so that if the velocity is going down here, it will like, you know what I'm saying? It'll. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I'm just wondering whether I can... I'm just wondering if that's high res enough for some of the shit we're doing. It probably is. I mean, it's just to add some extra pizzazz, right? All right, so we do all of our things. We also manage water flow and do the water ripple simulation. Now, the water ripple simulation, does it mask itself out? No, which is good. I don't want it to like manage its own decay and whatever. That would be fuggled, bubbled. Velocity advection. Does water stuff, moves the velocities around. What the fuck is this? Right, it advects the water flow and the water foam and the water velocity. Can I just like do this so it isn't gigafucked? Gigafuck looking. Let's just move these bad boys forward. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? How is everyone, by the way? How's everyone doing? What's everyone up to? How is everyone's projects? Chugging along. Please tell me all about it. I need entertainment. Desperately. Tell me what you're all doing right now. Hey, what are you doing right now? Delta time, velocity amount. Then you are getting fed into. So what are you doing? You're foam. Oh, you're an input. Foam advection multiplier makes sense. Did my toes in stylized stuff. Nice. That's awesome. Proper snake locomotion. Do you mean the just the animation side of it, or are we talking like physically simulated snakes? Because that sounds lit. It doesn't sound lit. That sounds terrifying. Proceeding, hoping to release a new version soon. Change the first part of the game just after characterization, as everyone hates it. Okay, fair enough. Fully procedural movement with control rig. Okay. So kinematic movement, procedural animation. The smart way to do things. Not the other way around like I'm doing. What was wrong with the what did people not like about the start part of the game, plane shift? Could be some very handy feedback for everyone else. So they can hate it in a different way. That sounds like something I'd do. People be like, oh my god, this game's so dumb. But then, you know, just make them hate it in a different way. I like that. Why won't that Q... Oh, wait, your delta time velocity. Delta time velocity. Oh, you're supposed to be there. And then... Yeah. Fuck. So wait, unit? Okay, you know what? Hold on. This is our unit. Original unit. Top. And then you can die. Right, then this guy is... So water velocity times 1. So this is our advection here. And then we get you again for this guy. Here, all going to the bottom. You know what? Let's put them into the top. Top. Oh my god. Oh. No, stop being green. Yes. Oh. Top. And then you are going into the... You're going to go into the top. You know, I'm just going to fucking hard code this for now. I don't care. Foam advects at like 80% of the water's velocity. Then unit man goes into the bottom. Yep. TFK OFTD. This is water physics, yes. It's a... The waves look really stupid right now. If you go back... If you look at the VOD for the last stream, you'll be able to see what it's going to look like very shortly. I'm just cleaning it up and refining it so it's a bit more controlled. But it isn't fully Niagara, so... It's like, it's driven by, you know, deterministic wave. So, Gerstner wave function. I've got the Gerstner wave set to just only have one wave going over and over. Just so it's more predictable while I'm adding all of the extra stuff. And so... Yeah, so the waves will still look good from really far away, but in the simulation zone, which is like a 20-meter radius around the character, we augment it with Niagara using render targets and stuff. So you can see here, these are the you know, the ripples, the normals from everything. We do like a water flow simulation. So if there's water, I've got it set so it's kind of like raining right now. So like, yeah, there's just like water everywhere and it will drip down surfaces, which we can see. Sorry, that's the wetness. This is the velocity. Yeah, this is the water flow, which you can see is, you know, doing stuff down here. And so this also ties in to the shore waves, because the shore waves are going to kind of impart the WPO waves velocity into this simulation. So like crashing waves, kind of, which will then ride up the surface and then flow back down the surface. So it's like a hybrid system. It's too different from the game itself, and it's too arcade-like with no real content. They want to shorter and richer, and to a certain extent, I agree. Okay. So, like, by the first... After character creation... So I'm guessing, like the tutorial, almost. Like, it kind of takes too long to get into... like, the gameplay. That's one thing I didn't like about, what game was it? I think Fable 2? And probably the same as Fable 1 as well. I mean, like, from a narrative perspective, it's, like, cool. But, like, you start off as, like, a kid. And, like, every time you replay the game, you have to do that every time. And it can get a bit frustrating, because it isn't like... It's like, it's railroaded. Like, you have to do this thing, do that thing. There's a few, like, little choices you can make that affect the game once you pass that point. But it's kind of like... Yeah, you're almost playing this other game for, like... It goes for, like, 30 or 40 minutes, I reckon. And then the game starts. And it's kind of like everything that you'd just done didn't really matter. I mean, like, from a story perspective, it mattered, but game mechanics-wise... I mean, I guess there was combat, like a combat tutorial, and, like... I don't know. It just felt a little bit on rails. Fable 2 and 3 is such a letdown to the original. Yeah, I mean, even the original isn't, like... at the time, for its time, it's like Skyrim, right? Skyrim, not a great game. Like no, if there's any, like, Skyrim stands in the chat, sorry to burst your bubble, but, like, it's just not that good. Like, people say that, like, Starfield was shit. Skyrim is worse than Starfield. if they both came out today, you know, if you release Starfield and Skyrim on the same day, I feel like they would both... I feel like Starfield would almost come out on top. Maybe not, but... yeah, it's more of a... it was iconic for the time. Like, when it came out, you know, game changer. Although, like, you look at, like, Oblivion and Morrowind that came before it, and, like, arguably they were still better than Skyrim. So maybe Skyrim was just Bethesda's Valheim, you know? Like, it just got big because it was the right time, right place. I don't know. I'm not really a big Skyrim fan. I love the Skyrim story and the setting and the a lot of the design. I mean, yeah. As like a history nerd, you know, like a lot of the designs are just a bit fantasy. I kind of hate fantasy. I hate high fantasy. High fantasy is just so, like, I don't know. Yeah, you've heard me go on this rant before, Amethyst, about, like, World of Warcraft armor designs just being fucking garbage. Like, chainmail bikinis and shit. I don't know, it's just like someone looked at armor for like 5 seconds, and then they're like, oh yeah, I can, like, I can do something like that, yeah, you know. And you got these, like, fucking big, like, space marine pauldrons with, like, spikes on them, and if you went to, like, pick your nose, you'd, like, impale yourself. It's just dumb. It's just dumb. And it's like, it's supposed to be like this protective, like, oh yeah, I'm like a walking tank, you know? But then, like, your character's moving around as though it's, like, made of styrofoam. It just makes me want to die. It just kills the fantasy, ironically. Like, if I'm wearing, like, fucking armor that's, like, 2 inches thick, I want to, like, be trudging along, and I want the ground to be shaking, and I want the armor to have, like, jiggle physics and, like, some really, you know, heavy armor sounds. Like, I want to walk slower, but if someone throws a giant rock at me, it just doesn't even knock you back. That kind of thing. Anyway, ran over. It's a rains. I'm good. What was I doing again? Let me just close all the tabs. Anyway, long story short, Skyrim. Like again, I enjoyed Skyrim. I loved Skyrim. But it's just not that good. I just don't understand people like, you know, sucking off Skyrim like 20 years later. It's like, bro, like, yeah, we get it. You were like an impressionable teenager that had nothing else to do with your life, and you played Skyrim for like 1,000 hours instead of doing homework. But like, you're 40 now. That was 20 years ago. Grow up. I'm just talking shit. But seriously, Skyrim sucks. You see, the thing about Skyrim... Hold on. You see, the thing about Skyrim... Alright, let's stop talking too much shit. I was in year 12, not... I mean... Well, Amethyst, keep in mind that you were in year 12 13 years ago. Fuck. We've been out of school for fucking 13 years. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Oh god, I can feel death approaching. Skyrim would be good if it was Morrowind. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree, Plate. Skyrim is like an amazing game, except for, yeah, the UI, like the whole interface, and the combat was just like, or like, okay, the ranged combat, actually fun. Like, you know, kiting around and actually needing to aim and like hit people in the head and whatever. And like the magic and stuff, you know, not too bad. But like the melee combat, where you're just like, you're doing this, and then your HP drops down to 10%, you pause, and instantly open up your backpack, and then you eat 100 cheese wheels, and your health's just jump back up, and then you just unpause, and you're still swinging around and whatever. Like, it's just not... They could have added something like potion sickness or something, where like, yeah, like, we get it. You need to pause the game so you can sort through fucking 1,000 different items, you know. But it's like... It's just like not even a game at that point. It's just like, you know, oh, I'm gonna like go and collect 1 billion potions, and then I'm just gonna brute force this boss, and just hope that I press pause at the right time before my health drops to 0, and then chug a bunch of potions, and then if I lose to the boss, you just reload back, and you've got all your potions back, and it's like, I don't know. I hear they didn't even simulate the potion viscosity as it goes down your throat. Yeah, like, it's literally unplayable. If you weren't doing, like, a 3D fluid sim for your character's internal organs, then, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, don't release your game until you've got that down pat, you know? Because, like, what happens, right, if you're in the process of drinking a potion, and then someone cuts your throat, you'd want that potion to, like, spray out everywhere. At least that's how it'll work in my game. Actually, unironically, in my game, once you've... Yeah, unironically, in my game, if you cut open a stomach, the contents of the stomach will be expelled. Which also, funnily enough, means that, like, if like, dragon-like things... If the dragons function by having, like, a flammable liquid-producing gland, if you shoot a fire arrow or something, or somehow set it on fire in the right spot, then it will just, like, fucking explode. Like, you just blow its head up. But then, like, if you kill the dragon and you harvest the gland without destroying it, then the fluid stays within it. And you can then chuck that in a... You can just milk it, you know? That's why it's important, to me at least, to, like, actually simulate organs with their contents, you know? Yo, Jack, how's it going? Sorry, we're just talking about milking organs. Imagine milking dragons. Hell yeah. Dragon milk? No, we were going on a big rant about Skyrim, and then I don't know. I don't know. It's time to vibe. We are vibing. Alright, pardon me. Alright, so where do I want to add the velocity of the waves to the water surface? So in this stage here, this is called manage water flow, which, well, this is rain stuff. Rain shit. Let's just move that up there. It's going good. It's going good. I'm just cleaning up what I did yesterday. What time is it? Oh, like, how long have I been going? 3 hours. Okay. I spent 3 hours doing nothing. Yeah. Right, so then we do... Well, the advection should get done... No, because the advection's getting the previous one, isn't it? But manage water flow applies additional velocity to the flow areas. Okay, no, so that should be post-advection. Yeah, so that's fine. Got an eye appointment. Ah. I hope that you... Hope it goes well. Hope it's not anything too bad. Like, a nail in the eye. Alright, so we do water flow, water divergence, water pressure, water projection. Then we do the water post-sim. So I would want to... So we advect the water, then we're adding extra shit in here. I think what I'd want to do is... Oh, actually, there is one thing I wanted to do. Let me just turn the, turn this down real quick. So we've got the water flow, and the flow can flow up to, you know, terrain surfaces and shit, which is cool. But I need it to... How many FPS do you have with the water flows? 120. Currently I've capped to 60. Just for while I'm streaming. But yeah, it's pretty cheap. And this is also, this isn't just water, this is like wind physics. You can see that's doing wind physics there. We also do like foliage physics. Well, I say physics, but it's all fake. It's all an illusion. So yeah, the one thing that I don't like, which I need to figure out, is when we're flowing up a surface. It's most obvious over here, actually. So if I zhuzh water, well, okay, when water's zhuzhing downwards, that looks like it's running at like a good velocity, correct? But if we look at its velocity from above, it's actually like going slower. So we kind of clamp the normals that the water flows down to 45 degrees, even though this is greater than 45 degrees. But when the water is going up this surface, like this, I don't want it to like go up that far, because it just looks dumb as fuck. Like this. Like it shouldn't be going all the way up there. So I guess I need to factor in the dot product of the thing. So we've got the water flow normals dotted against the thingers. So this is damping it towards a thing. Don't apply water, gravity velocity to water body surface or puddles at all. True. So this bit here is for, don't allow the you know what, I'm gonna just yeet that into there. Although, do I want to... it's hard, because, like, do I want to actually... Do I want to keep the velocity the same and just scale the velocity by the normals? Oh, no, maybe I can do that on the outside. So, within the simulation, the velocity is just whatever the fuck. But then I can do... When we ready the render targets for the... No, because for the flow maps and stuff, the flow maps are top-down projected, which means that the speed, it looks like it's going faster when it's moving down a slope than if it was here. But I'm just thinking for, like, particles and stuff. No, fuck particles. They get gravity applied anyway, so they'll just do it normally. Yeah. I need to pee, so BRB. There's gonna be an ad anyway. I'm back. Oh, I might take my hair out. I'm so greasy. They call me Grease Man. I'm such a sweaty game dev. Currently usable for to detect the water. So if the water is in +10 or whatever on the z-axis, reduce the velocity by 3, for example. Yeah, we can. We know at any point how deep the water is, because we know the height of the landscape underneath it. So we can just get the distance, and do that. But yeah, what was I doing again? Right, the upward flow damping. So if our quarter, I only want to do it if it's over a certain threshold. So yeah, like maybe only over 0.5. Then we start to like tell it to fuck off. So basically, manage water flow. Don't always exceed blah 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 because top-down projected water moves really fast on slopes, so just ignore it, bruh. I could do it at this point. Here. So if I just did velocity, but then I do that over here with the new velocity. And this is when it's then entering water bodies. So this is with the water bodies gradient. Well, kind of. I mean, it's like I'm repeating a bunch of logic. No, well, that's water flow normals masked by the water surface. Whereas this is just all the shit in general. So that's our water velocity. This is the flow surface, which then goes into our stuff. No, so yeah, so I would want to do it out here. So let's just yeet this guy over. Hello, lady cat. How are you? So this is now the new target speed. Oh, sorry, the new speed here. Which we then normalize to do whatever the fuck we want. So here, I want to get those flow normals again. But I guess it's the original flow normals. Oh, the other thing I could do is actually just increase the damping amount by the dot product. You know, that's fucking way smarter. Dumbass. Let's see. Water velocity. Water flow surface. So then let's do this dot that. So flow surface velocity. Should probably... nah. Alright, then negative of that. So that's flipped. Then I want to only do it past a certain threshold. Although, okay, let's do... If you dot something against 0, it's just 0, isn't it? A dot is just x times x and y. Yeah, like, it's just... A dot is x times x, y times y. Z times z. Correct? No, what? Dot product. A dot B equals... dot product 2D vector. Vector A equals AX, comma AY. Wait, what? Oh, right. Is AX BX plus AY BY. Yeah, so, yeah, okay, yeah, it's literally just XXYY. Which means that if we take the normals and we... I don't want to subtract 0.5. That's kind of fucky. We have the velocity. We had the velocity and then... This should be fine. If I just subtract some number and then... Because it's not normalized. Maybe I should normalize it. Yeah. So we've normalized that against the flow. You're on top, you're on bottom. There we go. All right. Right, because this is a 2D not normalized thing, the lower the thing is, then the lower the dot will be. Which means if I then add an offset, it will have to be only past a certain point will this become a positive number. So we saturate this, and then add... Well, saturate it, give it some strength value. How much do we want to damp it? Then add one, so that it's only ever making it bigger. Then chuck that into the velocity damping, which damps it down to 10 times the fucking whatever. Let's just see if this works. So it looks pretty normal on the normal flat surfaces. Let me just grab another doodad here and just swoop it up this way. Just schmoobly doop. Comedy, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Alright, if we do this... Okay, it's going up way too fucking far. But maybe it is working. So, although... Maybe I'll do it a little bit less, like 0.25 or some shit. And then let's make it like 10 times stronger. So, if we now look, if it's on flat land, it flows pretty nicely. We're not getting extra damping. If we go up the wall, then yeah, it's definitely slowing itself down. If it's trying to travel up this surface. Although if it's dripping down, then it will just go at normal. It won't damp itself. What the fuck happened there? Oh, is that because there's waves or something? I think that's because of, yeah, like over here. It thinks that this is the... yeah. Right, okay, because this... this water here is then teleporting up to here. And that looks like it's moving at, yeah, like a kind of normal dripping speed. So that works. I don't want to go too hard on it, because then, like, water's just never going to make it up surfaces, but, yeah. That's quite good. And yeah, it can still flow over all of our rock pools and all that kind of shit. And it's not going to have any extra resistance going up shallower surfaces. Nice. That looked a bit... Why did that... Oh, right, because it's not actually... That's just the ripples doing stuff. Which is normal. I mean, it's kind of dumb, but... Technically, the ripples on... Oh, no, I guess the ripples on flowing surface water... I don't know. So if you want to jump on the water would be amazing. Yeah, I'm going to do all the particles today. Yeah, it looks a little bit unassuming. Where are the balls at? Let's get some balls up in here. That's for the... Yeah, no, that's for the thing. Here's another ball. Okay, good. They're not rippling when they're... Oh, why are you not... Oh, I guess because their thingo is at the bottom of the... ball? Right? Wait, why are you not drawing shit? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, no, it's just because the bottom of the ball is the trace location. Sploosh. That doesn't add much Omnidirectional velocity. Oh, I guess it kind of does. Probably needs more. The other thing is that you can manually add an extra splash stuff. How long did it take you to do this water physics? A little while. I worked on it a lot last year. Although it also, like, we get, like, the foliage out. I can just do some... Can I? Oh, I'm in erase mode. Or erase mode. Let's go paint. Oh, that's the thingo. Let's just do grass. Why does that look so not dense? Go dense AF. Cool. And then we'll get our little bushes and whatever. Maybe not that dense. You know, I'll chuck them all here. Yeah, so the system... The water is kind of... The water was like the last thing I did in this plugin. And so it was a little bit undercooked. Like, there was the surface ripples, and, like, it was good enough. But the bulk of the plugin is the foliage and wind systems. So if I turn them back on, like this. And so these work similarly to the water. They're using, like, compute shaders and stuff. So it's to do with, like, yeah, moving. The water velocity is doing really dumb shit now. Actually, why? What is that? Getting... Is that just water velocity permanent? No, it looks like it's only when I move through it. Is it that, like, the bubbles... Oh. Aren't fading out. Why are the bubbles not fading out? Did I, like, turn something off? Deform capsules. Deform foliage recovery. I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, so now you can see, yeah, like, we can move through the bushes, they jiggle. I've done some, like, smart stuff so that, like, even the individual leaves can kind of interact with characters and balls and whatever. If we move through it, you know, they all get shaken around. Looks very nice and dynamic. But then we can also, like, use wind to, like, blow them around. So think, like, explosions or magic or guns or all that kind of stuff. And then, yeah, it also... Okay, this is getting angry because of the water ripples. Let me just tell that to calm down slightly. Demo, example materials, grass. Dead grass, grass example 02. Blah, 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 blah. You are... Why are we getting... Oh, that was the height mask, and now it's just... You know what? Let's just turn off any kind of this. And just results recommendation where you learn your water, wind, sim stuff for Grid 2D. You can check out. Oh, I forget. I always forget his name. What's his name again? Also, why is this still Skidson? Oh, because it's still going into the jiggle input. Here, this guy. You just go 0. What was his name? Just look up Niagara Grid 2D Superpower. That's like a really good place to get started. But I'm also editing some videos at the moment for, well, Niagara custom modules in general. I was supposed to finish editing it today, but I just didn't. Because that's just what I do. I just procrastinate. But yeah, doing one about Niagara custom modules and whatnot. And then the one after that is Grid 2D specifically. So yeah, if you like my videos, or you think you'll benefit from my explanations, then wait for that one. Just not where to start when it comes to doing fluids and figuring out. Yeah, right. Yeah, and the thing is that the Niagara fluids examples are like so fucking obfuscated. Like, they're just useless. It's not even worth trying to learn from them. Like, the only reason I can kind of unpack the Niagara Fluids example stuff is because I already implemented it by myself. And then I could look back and see, like, okay, where were they doing this thing? Oh, right, it's in this function that gets an index to a variable and sets it to this temporary grid because it was made before automatic caching was implemented. And then they do this giant HLSL fucking node that has like 3 branches in it, where like this one is if it's using black-red, you know, row column, you know, interchange, and this one is if it's doing like semi-Lagrangian, and this is if it's like, you know, Laplacian and whatever. It's like, just fucking, I don't know. It's not like, the example content can't be that fucking obtuse, because at that point, it's just going to turn people off. Like, people are going to look at that and be like, no, I don't think so. I don't think fluid simulation is for me. But if you look at, like, let me just go to the one that I'll be doing a video about. This one here, right? Oop. Like, the simplest fluid sim you can do, which, you know, has some dye. The dye gets advected around. The fluid does fluid things. And there's a bit of WPO and that kind of shit. If you look at it, it's literally just, aside from some extra bits, drawing the inputs which is this little function here. Which is just, yeah, get the world location, get the ball's location and radius, draw some shapes, add them all together, and then set the ball input. Then add the input to the simulation, so just get the input and add that to fluid velocity. Simple. This one was to... There's just a little function to make, like, a die... It's the little, like, die propagator thing. Also, why is this so bright? So yeah, that's just this little spiraling thing that adds random colors in a pattern. Oh, wrong button. To do that. So that isn't necessary. And then it's just add vect velocity. Oh, let's get, you know, the, I mean, this is a bit messy because I hacked it together in 15 minutes. But it's just, yeah, get the neighboring cells up, down, left, right, add them all together, then divide it by 4, so get the average of them. Multiply that by delta time. Divide it by the size of the simulation. And then use that to resample the velocity. Like, you can see it all happening in the nodes. Like, it's very obvious what's happening. And then fade it out. Fade the velocity out over time so it doesn't stick around forever. Then after that, this is where it gets a bit... So without these next two steps, it kind of just looks a bit... Like, yeah, you can see it's still advecting the... It's advecting the die, but it isn't, like, curling around and stuff. And, like, we can draw, like, loss of mass if we, like, do this one going this way, and then this one going into it. They'll just, like, cancel out. There won't be any kind of, you know. Like, it looks like fluid is just getting lost down into the void. And so then the next stages are to calculate the divergence, which is, you know, where are all of the points where velocities are squishing together? Because if we don't correct for that, then if we have like two Kamehameha blasts that are just like smashing each other in the middle, they don't, like, imagine like you're watching Dragon Ball Z, right? And they're just powering up these fucking spirit beams, and they just shoot them at each other, and then it just, like, they just disappear into the void. Like, that's dumb as fuck. That's just not exciting. So you just calculate the gradient, or calculate the divergence by just getting the x. So the left x, or sorry, the right x velocity minus the left x velocity, and same with the y direction. And so you just end up with positive numbers where velocities are bumping into each other, and negative values where they're moving away from each other. And then you just do... This bit's the only bit that kind of... I mean, it makes sense, but it's a little bit harder to understand. Like, the way I explain it is that you just get that initial value where it's like two velocities are meeting, but it's just this one pixel. So it's really sharp, and this is essentially just like blurring that out. And then you calculate the gradient of that pressure, which then just says, okay, well, where the velocities were meeting, and we then calculated the pressure, like this, the little like pressure hump, let's just move everything outwards from that part. So like, so that it evens out that that pressure. And then if there was velocities moving away from each other and they had a negative pressure, then we want to move the velocity in. And so what that ends up doing is, if there were two velocities hitting each other, then we apply this pressure, then it will do pressure coming out the sides of it, as well as going backwards, but, you know, there's other velocities pushing in on that. So then, yeah, you literally just apply that to the fluid velocity and then draw it all to a render target. And so the pressure, if you just take the pressure and you just put that into the WPO, then that's how you get the water ripples. Because a water ripple is just positive, like a bump upwards is, you know, where the water is all pushing together. And so it naturally wants to spread itself back out. And then the same goes with the negative, you know, the downward values. They want to fill up. That's probably how I'll explain it in the video as well, is like the pressure, the fluid pressure is like, imagine that you had a body of water and then you froze time and you went and pushed down some of the water and then unfroze time. What would the water want to do? Well, it would want to fill in, you know, it would want to move its velocity inward to fill in that void. And then the same thing if you had water. If you made a hump of water when you froze time, it would want to go back out that way. So that's fluid 101. Fuck around, find out. Yeah. There's a good, I don't know. It's kind of hard because I don't think there's any videos of people doing it in Unreal specifically from scratch. But there's like a lot of, you know, documentation out there. Look up a gentle introduction to fluid what's it called again? Gentle introduction to real-time fluid simulation for programmers and technical artists. Which this one's, I mean, he implemented in Unity. But yeah, he goes through and he talks about like the naive way to do it, which is how you'd usually do it on like a CPU, where, you know, you have this is how I was doing it initially with my weather system, where it's like, you know, I've got a velocity in this cell, let's transfer some of its velocity into the opposing cells and just do that for every cell. But yeah, it starts to get a bit weird. But yeah, you could, there's a lot of like, look up Navier-Stokes equations. And just try find a video that, you know. Gravity seems a lot more straightforward compared to just going crazy inside a material with a scene capture. Yeah, 100%. Because, like, in a grid system, it's, you know, it's easier to think of it as, oh, for each pixel, do this thing. You know, like, for example, when I advect die. It's a bad example. Let's just do add input to... You know what? Let me just do a fucking another thing. Let's just go... You know, advect velocity for each pixel, resample it, but like in the X direction, you know? So sample the pixel next to you and set that as your new value. And so that will just make it all move sideways. Well, or the velocity at least. Stop pressing. I keep pressing P instead of S. Okay, well, you can see this is a little bit extreme, but it's going a bit too fast. Sampling it a bit too far over. But yeah, now you can see that the velocity is always moving in the X direction. Or at least it's advecting in the X direction. It's not actually... The velocity isn't going in the X direction. It's just that the advection of the velocity is going in the X direction, which is a bit dumb, but... Yeah. Alright, back to work. No, it's all good. I mean, that's literally that's my job. My job is to help. You know what? I should probably add the water pressure into the water surface calculation. Especially if I'm going to start doing big water things. Anyway. So, back to the water. Let's also just turn everything else off for a minute. Well, just the deform stuff, I guess. Alright, so we need to now... Well, actually, are we even getting foam? Water velocity. Wait, what are you doing? Okay, no, you are doing that. Right, that's the water flow going there. Okay, so we're not adding any foam. Right now, at least. So, I don't know if we want another stage. So, derived water flow surface. Water curl gradient. I might even do, yeah, get water surface and add... fuck it. Doesn't matter too much. Alright, add the stuff to the water sim. Apply the surface and fade. Add water input to water sim, which is now corrected. Derive our flow surface. pre-calculate our gradient. This bit here, curl gradient. We do curl at the end here for next frame. The curl gradient, does it actually get applied? That's just getting water curl. Oh. Water sim post setup. I can just do this in there. And that's just an empty stage now. Because the setup needs to move the curl around. Yeah. Although, when we derive the water flow surface, this would only get done once when we move this, optimize it and whatever. So I'll just keep it in a separate stage for now. Okay, water simulation. This is the ripple shit. Water ripple sim, whatever. Velocity advection is also fine. Manage water flow. So this is where we add... I might call this manage water surface flow. But this is just saying essentially apply gravity to water that is on a solid surface. So if water goes up here, then make it go back down. Pretty much. Yep. So I think we need a separate stage that adds the WPO's velocity into the simulation. Well, not a separate stage, but just a separate module. And that should happen before this. Because this is advecting the local stuff. This is then adding on top of that. So yeah, new scratch pad. This one's called water add wave velocity to just water add wave velocity. All right, so we just need to get a forther wave, water wave velocity and height. There's stack context. We want to get the water surface, which is yeah, water surface is where, well, water surface is everywhere. But there's a gradient to it. So if it is, I think it's like 10 units above and below the water, there's a gradient. So if we get a sine of that, let's just chuck this in, call it bull sack. Or bull sack. BLL sack. Let's just go to our render target drawing. And we will grab bull sack. BLL sack. Stack context. Let's just chuck him into the alpha of one of the dudes. Flow wetness. So this is in the alpha of the water render target. Not water velocity, this one. Okay, so this is our kind of shore mask, I guess. Which, yeah, looks pretty fucking... That looks correct. Right? That looks like, yeah, the shoreline. you know the showing me seconds later what resolution? Yeah, sure. We're sitting at like 2.5 milliseconds at the moment. But that's for all of the simulations and whatnot. But my aim is to get that down to about 1 millisecond by staggering them all. And this is also at 512 by 512, which is admittedly quite high. Like very high detail. Okay, so shore here. So if I go and I get the Ocean Wave Manager and I pump up our waves, then yeah, we can see that the shoreline is moving now. Thinking of moving to Australia. Good idea, bad idea. Honestly, it depends. It depends. Where are you moving from? California. Okay, yeah, do it. 100%. 100%. Yeah, Australia is killing it right now. Australia is smashing it. Try to fix the songs in 80 issue. We're stuck in the night. It depends. You can look up a map of where, like, optical internet is available. If you want to go somewhere rural, like me, then you'll probably be stuck with, like... I mean, I get, like, 70 megabit download now, which is, like, fucked up fast for what I'm used to. But I only get, like, a maximum of, like, 4 megabit upload, which is bad for streaming and uploading videos, you know. But that's only because I live out of town, so... yeah. I mean, like, it's like cost benefit, you know? Yeah, like, if you live in the city, or, like, in a town, then you can get, yeah, like, megabit internet. Yeah. But, you know, if you want, like... If you want to buy a house... or, like, not go broke renting... then I'd recommend living out of town. I don't know. I don't understand how people live in cities. It's scary. For a game, 3 milliseconds, not too much. Of the ocean is okay. Fluid Ninja Flux have less milliseconds. Well, it is a fair bit. 3 milliseconds. But again, that's me running this at, like, the maximum settings and running, you know, like, the wind simulation and all that kind of stuff as well. So... it kind of depends. If your game was like a, you know, like a sailing game or something, then, like, yeah, Like 3 milliseconds for all of your water and ocean and stuff is like awesome. Currently doing any bindings, install sim stages, no input needed happening at the time? I'm not currently. I do want to do that. That is something I do want to do. And also have like a fade out stage. So like, you know, have a binding that's like, okay, let's not do anything. Like we're in the desert and there's not an oasis nearby. Let's just ignore water entirely. And then... yeah, and so it would need to like... it would need to be shutting down where it would fade itself out. Like back to black. And then it would need to fade itself back in when it turns on. But for a lot of it, it just always runs. Because, like, you know, the foliage interaction stuff kind of needs to always be happening. And the wind kind of always needs to be happening. I mean, the wind's cheap as chips, so it's not really an issue. Nice explosion. But yeah, the water stuff could definitely be something to turn off, especially like calculating, because like currently we're calculating the Gerstner waves in Niagara. Although, admittedly, it's only calculating it at 128 by 128. So this guy here. So it's very low res. But obviously, we don't need to do that if we're not near an ocean, for example. We might want to do it if we're near a lake. Because, like, a lake still has, you know, some stuff going on. Some, like, ebb and flow. Although maybe the lake would only need 4 Gerstner waves instead of more. Or it could just be that, like, okay, yeah, on a lake, we do the shader, but we don't bother passing that data in, you know, and doing the whole waves overlapping the land and that kind of shit. And, like, adjusting the simulation height based on that. We can just presume that, yeah, the lake is, like, flat enough that none of that really matters. But then for the water things, the water's a bit harder. I mean, because, like, as soon as it starts raining, right, then, like, we need to be doing the water simulation because the water runoff is a thing. Unless you wanted that disabled, in which case, yeah, you could just not have the real-time, like, rainwater stuff happening. But my justification for doing the rainwater stuff and the puddles and whatnot is that if the simulation is always going to be running anyway, you know, because, like, if there's, like, a pond or, like, a fountain or something, like, we may as well just fucking integrate it with everything. Because, like, these puddles are just piggybacking off of, you know, this. Like, there's no extra cost to simulate rainwater dripping down surfaces. But yeah, I've talked about it earlier in the stream, but one of the main costs I could save is that currently we're offsetting the simulation every single frame, and we're sampling, you know, RVTs every single frame, which doesn't really... Like, we could sample it once and then cache it inside the grid and then offset that value and only resample the bits that have moved. How expensive would it be? Looking good. Mid-level artifacts in first person. You can change the simulation zone. So, currently it's 40 meters or 20 meter radius. You can also, if you're doing first person, you can actually sit the simulation zone in front of the character. And so the simulation zone moves around with the camera facing, so that you can see further. Which, if you do this and you look around, and then you look back this way, the simulation over here would have faded out slightly. But it means that, yeah, you can see further. Like, the simulation zone's a little bit further in your field of view. And then if you lower the simulation area, then it becomes more dense. So you get more pixels per centimeter of simulation. And doing that doesn't cost any extra. Why can't I want to rotate that at runtime. But yeah, I want the... I'm going to make it so the simulation doesn't move every frame. I'm going to do it so that only when you pass a certain threshold, then it will snap to the new position, and then it will resample only the dirtied areas of the RVT. Presuming that people are using the RVTs properly. Because, like, when I do this, right? When I, like, move this around, you know, I'm invalidating the RVT. And so, if I was only resampling the RVT at the edges, then the RVT over here would be completely out of date. But, you know, you're not really supposed to be changing the RVT at runtime. At least in this scenario. Although, now that I think about it, what if you wanted to do, like, a ship? Oh, fuck. What if you had a ship, and the ship was taking on water, and the ship is, like, moving around at runtime? How would I want to handle that? Because you'd want all the water to be, like, sloshing up and down the deck. Now we're talking. Ship scene capture? Yeah, that's honestly not a bad approach. Or, like, ship deck scene cap. I mean, if it was just a ship deck, I could probably just do a mesh sample. Because a scene capture... I mean, yeah, you could just get a texture version of the ship deck shape, and then apply that into the water flow surface. Because then, yeah, the ship deck is literally just like this, you know, moving around. Although you'd need to input its velocity as well, so that if the ship deck moved, then all of the water would inherit the ship's velocity, you know? You could probably just do... No, you couldn't do RVTs because you'd need to... Where would you be sampling it from, is the question. Actually, you know what? If we presume that, like, the player is on the ship, the player's on the ship, we could sample distance fields, you know, 100 units above the water, and then yeah, only get things within a certain distance of that, which would then get, like, you'd get the ship's distance fields, and you could mask it by the what's it called? But then you'd have to differentiate. I don't know. So the water movement velocity from the different... Yeah. Yeah, because you'd need to do, like, for the ship... Well, I mean, yeah, you could just advect advect the simulation by the ship's velocity. Or add the ship's velocity to it, because, like, then it would be inertial. So that if water swooshed out onto the ship and then the ship moved this way, the water would still have inertia and keep moving across the ship. And you know, backwards on the ship as it was moving forwards. So maybe I'd just add the ship's velocity in. But then, like, on the material side of it, you'd need to... Like, the flow map for the ship shader would need to invert the ship's velocity to some degree. Because, you know, if the ship's moving at, like, 1,000 units per second, you wouldn't want the flow map to be, like, fucking zipping around, going the other way and whatever. But from the simulation's perspective, it wouldn't care. So, I mean, that could... I mean... fuck, I want to do that. You know what, that'll be in the next update. Dynamic water. Because, like, that's something that Fluid Ninja does. Where, like, yeah, he takes his container's velocity into account. But yeah, I mean, it could just draw to a separate RVT, but that feels a bit funky. I think I'd rather... if the ship's deck... If the ship's deck is, If the ship's deck is flat, right? Then... you could just do... you could do a stage that samples distance fields, but you just input a location and an up vector, right? So like if the ship is here, but it's like tilted, you just input, you know, the point and the rotation from that point, sample the distance fields in Niagara along that plane, and then you pretty much just have, you know, distance, do like 50 units of fall off, and then anything like outside of the ship plane wouldn't be like found, you know? And you'd give it like a radius fall off or some shit. And then you could also pass in the velocity and mask... yeah, okay, you could mask the... you could mask that distance field gradient thing by its velocity. Although you'd need to know, like, its rotational velocity, so if it's turning, you could apply angular momentum to it. Although ships moving different directions is a consideration for whatever solution is. Yeah, exactly. Like ships moving past each other. Yeah, no, that could work. I mean, because already it will be sampling the ship's distance fields at the water wave location. And so, I mean, that's what we're about to do now. Fuck, I'm getting so sidetracked. But yeah, no, I mean, that's a, yeah. That's a really cool, like, brain thinger to go over. But yeah, I think just sampling distance fields along a plane would be enough. Because, like, the thing is, right, the distance fields are constantly being updated anyway. For, like, lighting and shit. So it's not like drawing to a scene capture, or like drawing to an RVT every frame, where it's doing a scene capture. It's just like, yeah, distance fields. The other thing with distance fields is that they're three-dimensional, whereas if you were doing a top-down, you know, depth capture or something of the ship, if there was, like, railing on the ship, that would be, like, you know, height. Whereas if you were doing a planar distance field sample, then all of the, like, the railing around the ship you know, all these bits would just be, like, non-flow zones. And so the water would flow in between them and, like, you know, trickle out around them and stuff. Same with, like, if there were crates on the ship, the water would flow around them. Yeah, oh, it's a cool idea. Or, oh no, you do the ship, but you'd sample it slightly above, then get the gradient downwards. Then you could do stuff like, yeah, if there's bumps on the ship, like little trimmings and whatever, they would get sampled into the water flow simulation. Yeah. Anyway, the fuck are we doing? We need to get the water crashing happening again. So, in order to do that, so we were getting the... Not this. Not... Right, we were getting our water surface. And we want to impart velocity onto the surface, wherever the wave WPO intersects. So that it essentially, you know, takes this and it goes whoosh. It goes whoosh. So, water add wave velocity. So we're going to get our water surface. We're going to get our current... water velocity is a 2D fella, isn't it? This is our water velocity. Stackety. Tackety. Move that up. Move it up. Thank you. So we essentially want to get this guy. I'm going to... I don't want to... you know... well... fuck it. No, I'll just convert. Well, I wonder if... Can I do this? Reroute. And then you into there. Yeah, nice. Hacks. Hacker-man. So that needs to be... saturated, probably. So we're getting the wave velocity and height. So I don't want the wave to suck out. I don't want the wave to suck. I only want the wave to push, which means that... Do I want to dot it against the flow normals? So that, like, if a wave... Because, like, you can see here, the wave WPO moves backwards. But I don't want it to apply backwards velocity. So the options are... I only apply the velocity with an upward moving wave velocity, which would mean here, you know, then I would apply it. Or I could dot it against this, which can kind of fall apart because we take into account, like, the texture height. And also, like, here, it would apply... It would suck it back there. So maybe I'll try and do it only if the B velocity is positive. Can you just fucking float? Let me just saturate and combine these. Let's just see if... Well, let me just see this. Let me just see where is it actually a positive number. So I'm here? Dead center. We still get a big... Maybe let's get the velocity minus, I don't know, 100 or something. And smack it. Then we don't get anything. Right. Velocity, maybe like... Yeah, I don't want any false... Water wave velocity and height. -1? That's not normalized though, is it? The fuck are you... Bro? Okay, well just give me this then. Put that into bull sack. Right, okay. Subtract 0.1 maybe? I don't know, maybe I should. Maybe I should dot it. Well, let's just do 2D. No, fuck off. 2D. Vector, water, velocity. And then let's just get water velocity plus. That's not plus, that is an equals. Water velocity plus the wave velocity. So yeah, if we just did that multiplied by this, we need to delta time that. Probably. Unless I wanted to, like, set the velocity instead of... Because if I add it, it means that the longer the wave is on the shore, the more it's going to, like, accelerate almost. So maybe I actually want to, like, lerp towards the velocity. So this is original velocity, new velocity. This is where we want to do that velocity. But then we also want delta time. Or do we just want to... Do we just want to keep adding it until they're equal? Because, like, if it's going the... No, this should be okay. So let's just do this. Some factor, delta time. Speed it up a bit. That's the alpha. That's our new velocity. So here it should be, yeah, making more shit. Let's make this like way faster. 20 times delta. It's just not. It's just not. Wait, is it going backwards? No, that's just... Let's just lerp it instantly. Water wave velocity and height. Is that the right? No, it is. It is. Let's see. We're getting this. Looping the dude, new water velocity. I mean, okay, if we added it, so this guy times this guy added. Have I spelled everything right? Yeah. Now we're not even getting anything. Like, it's just doing our runoff stuff. Where is this getting done? Water, add wave velocity. Manage water flow, add wave velocity. Water, wave, velocity, and height. If I just take that out and put it in here, this will just give us... Oh. Wait, what? Oh! I know what... It's because I was debugging the fucking... the, distance fields earlier. Because I'm just giga dumb. Remember here? Where I was just fucking with that instead of putting this into there? Yeah, we stupid. Giga stupid. Alright. So now we should see, yeah, giga waves doing giga wave things. Cool. Wow, that's something. Now... add wave velocity. So let's try the lerping method. Right, that's why this value was working, but the rest wasn't. So this by delta time. That by delta time times this. No, this into there. Into the lerper. The lerper derper. Okay, we hit play. Okay, so this is, yeah, lerping the... lerping towards the shore velocity. We could make it lerp a bit less fucked up, which would do some stuff, yeah. But it's sucking out. You can see it's sucking. Just slurping it up. Getting giga slurped. It's also pushing the flow. Oh, no, I guess because that's the wetness from the... Let me go back and take ballsack out. Ballsack, you are now... wetness. Water flow wetness. There we go. Yeah, so how can we get rid of the sucking? We could dot it against the thing. Or again, we could try it so that if the... as soon as the Z velocity is negative... Oh, that's why we weren't getting the Z velocity properly, is because it just wasn't fucking set. So if we go back to here, we get our Z velocity minus some... So it can only impart velocity if the upward motion of the wave is above 10 units. So then we could also yeet that into there. So maybe now we can get rid of the sucking. It's still sucking, but what if we put that up to like 100 or something? It's still sucking it backwards. Why are you doing this? So... I guess because technically it still is moving up. Maybe try the negative of that. Maybe it's something dumb. Oh, sorry, I mean like this negative. I don't know, fuck. That's sucking way more. If I did this down to like 400, then it would be pretty extreme. Yeah, it's still sucking. Okay, so maybe we just do a dot product. Or, like, the other thing is that technically this is imparting it even when it's below the surface. We could do, like, a really hard... if we get water surface minus 0.5... then that's where the true surface is. Then do multiply by 2, saturate that. So then it shouldn't... As soon as it's below here... The fuck? Let's ignore this for now. You can fuck off. Right. Okay, now that's doing it. That's doing it on the surface everywhere. I mean, at least here it kind of seems to be not fucking itself too much. Maybe we could do both? Here and there? Okay, there's a little bit less suck. Probably not imparting its velocity as much as it should, though. Is that because the velocity is then slowing down as it reaches here? Which then forces it to kind of slow itself down. Yeah, so maybe... Okay, you know what? Let's just move back to doing a... We're going to add velocity. Oh, wait. Give me back the fucking converter. Yeah. Also, you know what? I'm also going to just... Let's add the foam back in, because the foam helps us see the flow direction a bit better. Where do I want to add the foam? Or projection stage, maybe? Well, that's where I was adding the pressure to the simulation. Which, I mean, if I'm fucking... So this is our pressure. Pressure goes to, well, yeah, water flow normals. Velocity pressure gradient, which we then pass into the actual normals. Then the water velocity gets thingoed. So I think here I'll just do it, because, like, why the fuck not? So let's get our water velocity pressure divided by some shit. Multiplied by delta time and some other shit. Then it was doing some noise to then add to the water height. What I want to do here is just saturate that bad boy. And just fucking add... You know, I'll do it over here. Let's get float. Water foam. And stackety cackety. I think it needs to be deltafied as well. So, water foam, we get this shit. Multiplied by this shit, added to this shit. You get smacked into that bad boy. And then you will get yeeted and spaghetted. Oh my god, fuck off! Alright. Okay, water foam. Let's see. We're adding water foam at positive... Fuck off. You shint lord. Let's just go water velocity into water velocity. So useful. Alright, is foam real? Do we have foam? We've got foam. We have the foam back. Really good job. Wow, so cool. I probably need some kind of threshold for the foam because all of our all of our rainwater is going to get foamy then, because like any kind of positive pressure is going to result in foam. Also, why are we getting this push and pull back if the waves aren't up here? Do I not max them together? Oh, actually, yeah, no, hold on. That was in add water input to water sim. This bit here, apply the reversal WP velocity where there are fellas in the water. That also needs to be masked by the water surface. Water surface, blah, 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 blah. Can I just grab a dude? You know what? I'll yeet it from here. Just get float water surface. Hopefully that gets optimized into one, because it's not being changed. Times water surface. So only on water surface do this shit. Right, okay. So we got some foam shit going on. If I just like yeet around here, that's all relatively happy. Over here, then yeah, we shouldn't be getting the push and pull from the character. But we are getting frothies, you know. We're getting frothed on. Oh, so that is so like distorted looking. Like the flow map is going way too fast. Let's rectify that by getting the flow map, this guy. We want to divide the flow map by 2, but then increase the flow speed, potentially? Unless it just doesn't matter. Alright, and then what we want to do is a minimum foam input. This is in projection stage. Just subtract some number. I don't know, past 0 point. It's all just arbitrary, you know? Everything's just magic numbers. Because yeah, what we don't want is slow moving water to create foam. We only want foam past a certain positive pressure to start foaming. So if I blitz this water, then I want it to foam up. There's so much distortion. Maybe I can up the distortion correction. Flame up UV correction factor 0.7. How do you get these magic numbers? You just got to feel it. You just need to feel the numbers. Oh no, that's a bit too far. Let's go 0.5. I'd even argue that the foam is moving too fast. Like the flow of the foam is kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, shite. But then if it's not moving fast enough, then it... So maybe we do that and divide that by bigger number. So it will move less, but the panning is slower. Because, like, the distortion looks nice on the ripples, because they kind of schloop out. But, yeah. Alright, whatever that value was is too big. Why focus on the flow of water so much? It's for my plugin. Which is how I make money. Which is how I live. I think people want something that's like good and performant. And yeah. But also I use this in my project, in my game. So like the better I make it look, it ends up being win-win, you know? Like, the plugin is more appealing, but my game also looks better. Go to Fab Market? Yeah, it's already on the Fab Market, just without the new water update. It's a foliage and wind and footprint system, but I'm just giving it a big ass. I mean, you can see the test level down here, which is kind of being bombarded with other things at the moment. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I'm pretty stoked with how it's going. Okay, maybe even that's... Oh, no, but it could just be this. That... No, you know what? Maybe it does need to go up a tiny bit. Or, like, the multiplier needs to go up slightly. Because there is, like, a minimum threshold. So that would be this guy. So this is foam minimum amount. And then how much do we want to add after we're past that threshold? So now here. Yeah, we can really like fuck some foam up. Get foamed on. Cool. Hopefully just like regular running water doesn't over foam. Foam-mo. No, that looks pretty happy. And yeah, if we like start splatting in it, then maybe we get some stuff. Yeah, it's decent. And obviously once there's particles and shit happening, it'll be way nicer. Playing good games lately. I've been playing a bit of Don't Starve Together, which is pretty fun. But it gets a bit, like... It gets a bit hectic. I feel like Don't Starve doesn't give you enough breathing room. And it's also just, like, kind of hard to... I don't know. It's a weird game. It's good, but it's weird. Can I play that in real life? Real life don't starve together. Millennial edition. Millennial in a housing crisis edition. Yeah, that's a vibe. Surviving on instant noodles. The game. Yo, Cream, how's it going? No. Other way. Move pin up above velocity. That's slightly better. Ooh. No, what? I mean, yeah, okay, whatever. I was gonna start reinforcement learning. We're gonna have real life Skynet. Yeah, it's near. We're nearly at the point of no return. How exciting! I don't think some people understand like the seriousness of like AI singularity. Like, yeah, where it hits that point where it can then modify itself to become smarter, to modify itself, to become smarter, to modify itself, to become smarter. And it just, like, does it like that. You know? Like, in I don't know. In a few minutes, it will have unraveled the entirety of the universe. It's kind of fucked up. Or just leave us our own device. I mean, probably that. Like, an AI will, like, comprehend the nature of the universe and just be like, you know what? Maybe I'll just let these guys stew on it, you know? I'll just let them, keep them guessing. Yeah, they ain't worth it. Literally. Alright, add wave velocity. How? Okay, let's try doing it. Delta time. Well, no, because I don't want it to keep sucking. We want as little suck as possible. So I think I mean, yeah, if I do this, right? So where the water is above water surface, lerp towards that velocity. But then we get suckage, where it will suck itself backwards, you know? The old backwards suck. So then how do we mask out that suckage? You know? Do we want to instead add some fraction of the velocity to the assimilation? So we get this guy multiplied by this guy. Ow. Oh, my tummy's rumbling. Add it into there, that goes into there. This goes into the new water velocity. And then we just call it there. So now, water velocity, that's a lot of fuckage. Why is that? Delta time times little amount. Is that just like 2? Oh, right. I need to multiply it by our mask. Obviously. Obviously. Let's do velocity, this guy, delta time, factor. Today's stream is sponsored by Factor. Are you a lazy piece of shit? Who doesn't want to cook instant noodles? With carrots and broccolis? What about I want to know beforehand if it's correctly handling multiplayer since it uses render targets. So a lot of people have got it working in multiplayer because the render targets are all local. So that's a lot of suckage. I mean, yeah, okay, it's still sucking out though, but it's totally fine up here. So it is imparting the velocity, but then it taketh away. Not bad. What was I saying again? I was trying to say something. Right, multiplayer, yes. So each client will be running their own version of the plugin. And each client will have their own render targets centered around their own character. So there's no guarantee that, for example, there's no guarantee that each character or each player will see the exact same water end up in the exact same position. But the input, you know, like if someone else's character was moving around here, it would just be drawing to my simulation. So there's no replication needed or anything. Some people have had some issues to do with when the plugin initializes and whether, you know, if the plugin gets activated after all the characters and stuff have loaded, you need to like manually re-add the you know, the things to, you need to reassign them to the system. As some of the character that will write to the render target. Yeah, exactly. So I've just got a thing, the where's debug shapes 1. So this is just the standard character deform input. And so it's just tracking, you know, these points of the character and their velocities, and then the plugin just handles everything else. So the plugin handles, you know, when the character is near the ground or near the water, they will then draw to all the render targets and stuff. And so as long as for me, the client, as long as the instances of other characters and everything else in the world have that component, then yeah, it just works. Todd Howard style. Except like it actually works. But yeah, I'm planning on making it easier to turn the plugin off. So like, let's say you're in like character creation. At the moment, the plugin is still running in the background. It needs to exist as soon as the game instance launches, because the components on anything that gets spawned, so let's say you spawn in the character or like a weapon or something that is assigned, it needs to register itself to the manager. You know, in which case the manager needs to exist all the time. But yeah, I can definitely, I'll be doing a big optimization pass. So that like you can disable some simulations at runtime and not others, and also stagger the simulation updates. Also a hash grid for the input drawing, so that you don't have to, like, do the whole thing and whatever. You have a subsystem, you can bind it to the lifetime of another object. Have a subsystem, you can bind it to the lifetime of another object. Yeah? I don't know. Bind it to the main level, not the game instance. Right, I getcha. You have a set of video online how to set up the plugin for own project? Yes, I do. There's a whole documentation playlist that goes over, like, how to set it up. You know, making sure that the RVT volumes are in, how to assign things to the RVT. Because, like, you know, it needs to know where the surface is. So that, like, if I'm jumping, we don't want it to be drawing to the simulations, but, you know, all that kind of stuff. There's videos going over all the tweakable parameters. There's videos about the advanced pivot painting stuff. So if we get the bushes. Why won't they draw to this guy? Fuck it. No, it's because of the collisions. Or what the? Excuse me? Oh, is it because they're not set to stationary? I mean, this one is, I know. Anyway. So, if you've got your own foliage meshes and stuff... Oh yeah, I forgot I was drawing the fucking... I mean, okay, whatever. We ball. Oh, wow, what is that? Oh, that's the... Right, I don't actually have the simulations turned on at the moment. Deform sim. There we go. I was like, why is it so, like, staggered and whatnot? But no, it's just... Yeah, so the advanced pivot painting stuff. I've got, like, a pivot painting script. So that you can, like, paint... You can pivot paint individual leaves of foliage to, like, interact kind of independently and, like, flip around and whatnot, like this. As well as the whole bush. Yeah, it's pretty well documented, although it is documented in the style of my usual videos. Which, you know, kind of... It's not, like, super handholdy. I mean, it is more so for the plugin videos, but, you know, I don't explain what the texture sample node in the materials do, or what, you know, add does, or what a vector length is. Actually, I do explain what vector length is, but yeah. Anyway, what was I doing again? Doing the add the thing to the stuff, I think. Water, add water input sim. Water, add wave velocity. Okay, so our waves are crashing and they're smashing. But we are sucking too hard. So, I don't know, I feel like this should work. Like, if the Z velocity is negative, don't apply anything. But it still just does that. Maybe the Z velocity isn't real? Maybe we could divide that by, like, Bij number. saturate, and then smack it in. Nah, still sucking. All right. Let's do... Well, okay, the other thing I could do is water surface minus 0.5. Then multiply by 2. So now we're getting just above, only above the water. By, I think, 10 units. With an emphasis on the top. Then saturate. Then... Well, okay, I could either frack it, or I could chuck that into the sign. So it'll still have like a nice fall off, but... Okay, is that the wrong way? Ah, it's because I'm fucking... Because I'm dumb. So this should only be doing it when it's below the water, which defeats the purpose. Let's do this. And then... Yeah, it still pulls back on it too hard. Ugh. Let's try fracking it. Alright, well... Let's just stick with this, and yeah, we'll just do a dot product with the water flow. So, 2D vector, water flow surface. We're going to dot U against U. And then only if it's against it. Because if it's tilted this way and it's sucking out, we don't want it to add velocity. So we'll do that, smack that into this guy. Water surface only. And just see how this goes. Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be some... Yeah, fuck. Some suckage. I did have another thought. That only above a certain WPO offset, but we don't calculate the WPO. What if I did... I could try this again. But higher. Multiply by 4, saturate, sign. Nope, go. but it's not really imparting enough velocity. And what's happening here? Is that the water flow surface dot doing that? Mohammed, hello. How's it going? Or is that the... It's just not imparting enough velocity. And yeah, and it keeps sucking. Okay, what if I... I could do it so that, like, I know the direction of the wave flow. The only problem then is... I mean, not much, but... I thought for sure the B velocity should... I don't know, let me put that into Bullsack again. Because, like, surely this would be calculating that, yes, this is moving up. And that when it's right behind... Like, as soon as it's behind the wave, it shouldn't be moving up anymore. It's always moving down. You know? Like the velocity, I mean. So if we divide this by 1,000... although, is it getting the velocity... Because it's getting the rate of WPO change. Pre... No, that should be... Oh, that's very fast. Is that maybe not delta... timed? Ow. How do they Gerson waves, wave projection? We get the... Oh no, that projects it. It would be in here, where we then get the WPO. So change in position. Current position minus previous position. Divided by delta time, yeah. So that gives us the velocity, which is how many units per second is it moving. we project it, well, we distort it by the WPO stuff. That then goes into here. Then we're good. Fuck it, 10,000. Okay. So here it's saying what's this? Water RT. So we are right here. Let's move over to this rock. So right here is where it's kind of hard to go right. Yeah, that's the peak of the wave. So it's like the peak of the wave is... yeah, white. So then I could... well, big divide first. I mean, maybe it's just that, yeah, I hadn't, like, balanced it properly. So if we get that big boy, minus 0.5, saturate it, then chuck that in. Then we're going to get a thinner kind of margin. Okay, let's go like 5. I mean, the waves can get bigger than this, though, so... that's the other thing, is that, like, yeah, for smaller waves... I don't know. Oh, actually, I wonder if I do a... hold on, I have a peak mask. In here somewhere. When we do our Gerstner waves. Peak mask. Which is all the individual waves peaks. And then they all get added together and we should be dividing it by 8. Dividing it by iteration count. But I get the peak mask. I could even fuck that into here. Water wave WPO. Because we then get that to do back and forth distortions and shit. So maybe that should be a WPO and peak mark. I mean, maybe I could just... I'll just fucking chuck it in. Fuck it. Yeah, these are like the normalized peaks. So even like a tiny small wave has the same weight as a big wave. And then I could just... what do you know again? Water wave velocity. What do I do? Oh, that's to project it. Yeah, so then I gotta fucking... can't I just... fucking... so annoying. Like, yeah, I just don't want it to suck behind it. No suckage. Like, yeah, if the waves were a fixed height, it would be so much... I don't know. Also, maybe I need to just fuck with the dot product idea a bit more. But that obviously, like, comes with some caveats. Like, here, that would apply heaps of velocity from this point. Yeah, that's not very happy. But I mean, it doesn't suck backwards as much. If I normalized the shit out of it, dot negative, or just because we'd want it to. Yeah, no, I'd want to normalize this. Sonar, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that's not terrible. It's like... Oh, I can even see it now. It's not... Well, no, it's still sucking, but... I just don't understand. You know, it might even just be easier to calculate the wave direction and just dot it against that so it only imparts velocity in the direction of the waves, and then it will just let the water, like, you know, the water runoff do its thing after that, instead of, like, adding velocity backwards. Ocean wave direction. Right, but it's being computed for my fucking thing in particular, because we get the waterway location XY. We're just doing a world position normalized and lengthened, and because all my waves go towards world center. But then obviously when there's a shoreline, that direction changes. Or gets lerped between. Aerial floating a spline? Both. So there will be the global waves, at least in my game. The global waves, which are radial. Because it's like a disk world, and the wind blows towards where the sun is at the center. But for shorelines, it will be, yeah, like an RVT gradient, which it then uses to do some more stuff. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a nice way to do this without it doing this big bit at the end, this big song and dance, you know? Fire extinguisher simulator? Yeah, it's getting a bit foamy. Let's maybe calm that down a tiny bit. Whipped cream simulator. Mmm. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if the direction is a good thing to have somewhere. But it shouldn't really matter. I mean, it obviously matters here, but... See, I just thought that the downward velocity... Yeah, I guess not. Yo, Vex, thank you. It's, you know, it's getting there. It'll need a bit of TLC. I just need it to stop, yeah, like whipping back. Like that. Like, that's not terrible now. It's still doing it a bit, though. Ugh, it's so annoying. But if I use this value, then... it's not that fucked up. But yeah, if I use this value, that is... dependent on, like, the height of the waves, right? Like, if I just said... Ocean thinger? Where is the... Is that the ocean? Yeah. Here. Like, get smaller. I mean, I guess if it's smaller, there isn't really any impartation of velocity. It's more just like it goes up and then it kind of just flows down, right? But yeah, now, like, that mask probably isn't anywhere. Yeah. And, like, that just looks fucking... like, incorrect. Like, where are all these white dots coming from? Like, yeah, we're supposed to be getting the water surface. There is also, okay, well, aside from that, there is one thing I did want to do, which is get the water surface by delta time and some factor. And then multiply the wave XY by that. And then add that in. So this is just to, like, get the WPO velocity and just, like, feed that in a very small amount to the actual water velocity. Which looks dumb as fuck, but this is obviously way too much. But just to create, like, some extra, I don't know, extra fuckery. So that's probably a little bit too much. But just like a tiny bit to just fuck with it a little. Maybe more than that. Maybe like 0.01, 100th of the velocity. And that should like balance itself out, you know? Just don't, yeah, I don't know. If I did add more of this, it would then actually start to... No, it wouldn't really turbulate, would it? No. But there would be some, like, extra shit going on, which isn't... It's just gonna make it really... Yeah, turbulent and dumb. But yeah, you can pretty clearly see where, like, the simulated zone is, and then where the way, like, you know, where it ends. So I don't want to overdo that too much. Obviously, these waves, again, for anyone just joining, these waves are, like, really, really simplified, just so I can mess around with, yeah, imparting the velocity and whatnot. I think I will just have to do the peak mask. Like, normalize peak mask, which, again, I think it could come in handy for doing the particles. Or maybe not. But, yeah, if we only ever impart velocity at the peak of waves, then we shouldn't get that suck backwards, because it should be just here. And, like, and the peak of the wave is always moving, you know, in that direction. Whereas the troughs of the waves move backwards. Because it's, like, circular. You can see, like, if you trace, you know, a certain point on, like, this normal map, it goes in a circle. That's kind of how waves go in real life. That's Gerstner waves for you. So yeah, maybe we just go to here. Prismatic Gerstner waves, do all the shit. We sum all of the peak masks. And then Sending that in over here. Water wave peak mask. We can then just get sample previous grid float value. Water wave peak mask. We sample it at the distorted coordinates. Wait, do we sample it at the distorted coordinates? Because if the waves themselves have been offset... yeah, because we're imparting the velocity. Yeah. Maybe that's part of why... Yeah, I don't know. Because at this point here... Yeah, no, that's correct, yeah. Right, water wave peak mask, whatever. That gets set. So that's when water waves get projected. Then, in this guy, get water surface. Here's where we actually grab it back out. Sample, float, water, wave, peak, mask. Smack that in here. Water, wave, peak, mask. Duplicated the whole wave algorithm inside of Niagara? Yes. Exactly. But it's at a very low resolution. It's like 128 by 128. But it's only doing it 80 square meters around the character. Or around the camera. But this will also get used for spawning the particles. So when the velocity of the waves... we can dot that against the distance fields. And then use that to create a mask to then spawn the big splashy particles. Which is what I wanted to do today, but I've just spent the entire time just cleaning shit up. I think it's been done on the mesh. No, but if I was doing CPU buoyancy, then there is a chance that it will go out of sync. So what I'm gonna do, especially if it's gonna be multiplayer compatible, is manually set time on the CPU and pass that time value into Niagara and a material parameter collection that the WPO material reads from. Because that way you can do things like... if like one of the clients, if their time value for the waves and stuff is out of sync, you can speed up their time so that it kind of lerps towards the host's time. And that way, you know, it will all sync up between everyone. Alright, let's try this peak mask. Put that into the bull sack. So yeah, that is literally just the peaks. Oh, but it's also like, yeah, behind the... No, that should... Yeah. So if I get peak mask divided by 8, because there's 8 Gerstner waves. I mean, because they're all stacked on top of each other, it's a bit, like, fucked up. So now we've just got, yeah, this doing its thing. We can then maybe subtract. Well, if they weren't all stacked, then I'd want to... I don't know. Again, I feel like this is just like a hacky method that isn't gonna, like... Anyway, let's just get this for now. I don't think I'd want to divide it by 8. Maybe. I don't know. Like, when they're all not synced up together. So that's just additional velocity to the entire sim. This bit here... So that's positive velocity only. Let's yeet that out. Let's stick this guy in there. That's delta time. That's our surface intersection mask. So now, in theory, it's still going backwards. Like, fuck, bruh. It shouldn't be... Let me try it without the, without the wave distortion happening. If it's way to sync hard, set the client's time value. I'd still lerp it if they were out of sync that bad. Yeah, yeah. And like that's supposed to just be happening from the water flowing off of the, off of the surface. It shouldn't be like forcing it back like that. Maybe I should just get the wave direction and only impart the velocity if it is in that direction. Because, like, we'd still want it to... If it's, like, going this way, we'd still want it to put it onto this surface, even if the surface is going... I don't know. Because, yeah, like, we want it to splat water up onto the stuff. Like, this looks good, right? It looks fine here. I'm not that fussed about it. Here, it's just a bit weird, though. Like, it goes down, then it just... smacks itself backwards. It's like a really sudden, like, whoosh right here. Like that. Which is what I want to get rid of. Yeah, I could do it so it never imparts velocity, like, you know, in the opposite way of the normals. But now it's just not going that way as much as it should. And now it's still sucking backwards, yeah. And then it's like, yeah, if this rock was slightly tilted, it wouldn't do it properly. This is the trouble with doing, like, yeah, a thing. Like a half-half system where it's like, yeah, it's WPO, but then it feeds into a simulation. I don't know. I would have sworn that doing it so that positive Z velocity only would have worked. What was this guy doing again? That was the peak mask. Yeah, right. But yeah, it just wants to suck real bad. Yeah, I think I'll just have to get the direction. Which, like, for the time being, is giga easy, because it's literally just world position normalized. But when I've got the shoreline happening, I need to get the direction of the shore RVT, normalize that, and then lerp them together and use that instead. But yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, let's clean all this shit up. You can fuck off. Get fucked. Get fucked. You can stay. You were good to me. You were nice to me that one time. Don't come to school tomorrow. Sine wave. Alright, now... Water wave velocity and height. This is our velocity, dude. So this is the global add stuff guy. Let's just do this. Move you down, move you down, move you down. You go there. You can fuck off. You go in there. So this will just be hard-coded until I can be bothered doing it properly. As are most things. Okay, fuck. So this is only at... only where the shoreline... Oh, sorry. Only where the wave intersects the shore. That's delta time there. You can go last. So you are the shore mask only within 10 units up or down of where the water is. Then delta time into here. You know, I could... I could add these guys together and then delta time it. Fuck it. Okay, CBF. You can go up top. You can go second. Okay, fuck. this is... Can you just get smaller? Thank you. Alright. Oakley Doke of Lee. Another thing I could do, I could use the Z velocity to, like, make it, you know, more or less splattery. So this is getting the water surface, delta time, doing the thing. But this also needs to be dotted. Just this one in particular. Dotted against... I know it's multiplied by 0. We're going to dot this guy against 2D water location... Water pixel location world space? What the fuck did I call that? Water... Relocation world space. Water pixel location world space. See, I did that like half a year ago, and I still remember it. Although I did have to check. So pixel location world space normalized because our waves are all going in. Dotted against the wave velocity and height. Normalized? Question mark? Fuck it, may as well. They're gonna be pretty, like, chill. Bing. Chilling. Chill binging. And then we're adding you to the water velocity. You are gonna go only if they're the same direction. So we don't want the negative ones. So this should now only impart the stuff. Oh, okay, wrong way. It's only going backwards now. Terrifying. Oh god, look at that fucking... Look at it whip, and then look at it nay-nay. At least now we know that it's... Yeah, it is doing something. Let's go negate. Before the saturate. Let me move these guys forward. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so now it's just pushing it forward and it isn't whipping it backwards. Which is great. See you, Rahul. Thanks for sticking around. This is much better. This also needs a factor. Sponsored by Factor. I mean, yeah, now that it's way cleaner, we can probably clean it up a little. I'm hungry. I'm fucking starving. Okay, that's better. That's quite nice now. One thing I do want to do, one thing I do want to do, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I do want the WPO of the water to kind of stick around a little bit here. But I just don't know how to... do it in a less fucked up way. I think just doing some WPO, snapping it to the landscape height and then adding water flow on top would be fine. But I also don't like this. I mean, that would look better if it was, you know, not clipping down through it. And probably also if I had the water wetness mask actually hooked in. So I'll take ball sack back out. That's some milky water. Whoa. He needs milk. Why do I just... I don't know. What's wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Who is this guy? Oh, that's crazy. Whoa, got some golden water. Delicious. All right, decent. Okay, so now the other thing we need to do before we move on to particles. Am I even going to get to particles tonight? I might have to, like, make some noodles before going much further, honestly. We need to do... So this would actually be in the same module. Oh, water add velocity wave something. Let me get the system overview back up. Where the fuck are you? Okay, so we want to get... There's a couple of ways I can do this, right? It's probably better to just add the velocity. Because then that will create positive pressure, which will actually get solved and blurred. So, yeah. Yeah, I want to do vector, water, wave, distance, fields. Maybe it's just in field. And then... That's it, actually. Let's go water, wave, distance, fields. Where was I getting those guys? Distance, fields, plural, and then in get surface. Distance, fields, plural. Cool. So we're gonna go this guy. Just do that to get a quick converter. So we've got 3D to 2D. Actually, no, technically I want to do maybe 3D. Because if a wave is smacking across something, we don't want it to go back as much. But if it's going down into something, we want it to yeet out. So actually, let's do a 3D. Water wave distance field dot product against water wave velocity and height. we need to grab the reefer from it. So you... let me actually do this above the line. Move pin up all the way up. Yeet him up here. More form than fluid flux? Yeah. But definitely not as detailed or customizable, I'd say. But my system is more of like an all-in-one kind of pre-implemented solution that handles... If I can just run around to here. Where's all my shit? Also, did I turn all the simulations off? Oh no, they're all still going. Alright, let me just... Okay, it's down and to the left. So my initial focus was on... Ignore them. Doing like foliage and wind interaction. So like massive foliage interaction and whatnot. Which like you can even see there's kind of like per leaf interactions as well. Which is all just done not with physics, just with like shader bullshit. And it supports... I mean, I think the one thing that makes it more performant, at least than Fluid Ninja... Fluid Ninja, you can have, like, heaps of different ways to add input into the simulation. So you can be doing distance fields and explicit positions and a scene capture and, you know, all this other stuff. And if you've got multiple individual simulations, this goes for fluid flux as well. If you've got multiple individual simulations, you can end up doubling up a lot of that input drawing. But what my system does is that it draws these inputs once. What the fuck is this? Ah, because they're getting... Okay. Can you just, like, not... Oh my god. Can I delete? I can delete. Just in thingo. Okay. It's better. It draws the inputs once, but adds them to a bunch of different simulations. It draws the inputs once, but adds them to a bunch of different simulations. So like water, wind, direct contact. Rescale mesh completely static. So you can fill up the entire screen with these, and they can all interact at the same time without any extra performance, other than like motion blur buffer doing crazy shit because of WPO. But yeah, they're all just pivot painted with my custom pivot painting thingo. So it works for, like, you know, lots of grass. Individual little dudes can get splattered. You know, you can hit, like, the tip of the leaf, and it will push itself out of the way. Obviously, there's a bit of clipping, but, like, you don't really notice that kind of shit. And yeah, like, these kind of things. Again, more shader bullshit. It's completely two-dimensional, so... It's kind of bound to the ground. But I do kind of compensate for that in some interesting ways. But yeah, this is just using... We store the root location and the tip locations in extra UV channels. And then we use those UV channels to sample our simulation render targets. So we're working on water at the moment. But, you know, we can sample the wind at the tips of the leaves. And then use that to bend them around their root point. Like that. Or if we sample it at the root of the plant, then the wind can blow the whole plant instead of just the leaf. And that's kind of what we're doing here, where we can run into the plant and just touch its leaves. Or if we bump the stem of the plant, we bump the whole thing around. So yeah, there's a lot of bullshit going on, but it's... I mean, like, I use it in my game, so I'm making sure that it is performant. But yeah, it's definitely not as, like, customizable as Fluid Ninja and Fluid Flux. Fluid Ninja especially is set up to be more of, like, a framework to do VFX. Whereas, like, yeah, this is more of a kind of ready-to-go solution. But I'm way more stupid than AK that does Fluid Ninja. But my plugin costs, like, you know, 1/10 of the price. So, you know, you get what you pay for, but it's also arguably easier to use, but it also doesn't look as good, but it does more stuff. But, yeah, I don't know, it's just lots of... It's just different. Same but different. Just out of the tree generator... Oh, yeah, that would be awesome. I buy to the level that my intelligence is at. Yeah, fair. Alright, where were we just before? Right, distance field, sampling at the water location, and we then want to add velocity in the other direction. So we're going to get the distance fields, which already have a fall off, so we're not going to normalize them. Wave velocity. I probably want to, yeah, so don't normalize either of them. Then we want to get the... Well, I guess we get the distance fields and saturate it and invert it after the saturate. So, wait, no. When they are... If the wave velocity is the opposite... If wave velocity is opposite to the guy... So if this guy hits this guy... then that means their dot product is negative, which is good. But it means that I want to apply negative... Oh, no, it's the positive distance field. Although, do I want to apply the distance field or the velocity? Same fucking thing, because it'll be multiplied by... let's just do this negative. And max it at 0. But we don't want to clamp the upper. So we're essentially just going to like shoot out the distance field gradient. Oh, and then I need to add it to the dude. Oh, and then, no. Oh yeah, I guess I want to convert it. Do I have a fucking... No, bitch. Yeah, nice. You go back into there. Now we have a 3 to 2. You get multiplied here, and then we add you. You're a 2D. Don't try and... No, you're not an integer. Stop trying to convince... Stop gaslighting me. Back to 2D. Get added, boy. Now, this does need to be delta timed. Yep, as we can see, it's... I mean, it's not... I mean, you know, it's like... It's trying. It's doing something, you know? Multiply by delta time. So this is just going to invert the velocity where it hits shit. Yeah. But only when it's going against it. So as it goes into it, it should be smacking it out that way. And then as it sucks in, yeah, so that we should kind of see some turbulence happening out this way as it goes up onto it. Yeah. Which will also break up the waves a bit here, like you probably see, yeah, on this rock, we get some little swooshing over here. So that will kind of break it up around it. And the same goes for when it is getting sucked behind. Although, what's this little suck at the end? Right, it needs to be masked. Why? I guess only on the water surface, really. Water surface, but not just the water surface gradient. So just not here, but everywhere else is fine. So water surface, this guy, yeeted into this guy. EZ. EZ, Alright, so that should keep it from sucking itself over here. Yeah? Yeah, we getting the... Yeah, we get the swooshing around this guy. We're not getting backward suck, which is great. And we are getting, yeah, more shit. Let me just go back and in. Hello, Amethyst. How are you? How was your sleep? So if I pump this up, we're going to get, yeah, like a lot of kind of funky distortion. I don't think I want to go too hard on it. Because technically we're just taking the velocity and pushing it back on itself. So I think 1 is too... 1 is like the maximum, I'd say. The nice thing is, though, that this then creates ripples. Although ideally this would be creating foam as well. Foam mo? Where the fuck is our foam? Bruh, where's the fucking foam? That's fuck all. Where are we? We're here. This should be making way more foam than it is. Let's get our foam on. Foam mo. It's in water projection stage. Let's just go 0.15 and smack it up by like 4. Yeah, I mean, we're getting some smackage. Maybe I should, like, explicitly... I don't know. I feel like we need more. I think that's fine. I think it's just the amount that we're multiplying it by. I could do like an additional foam input or something. Don't know why I got too much energy. I mean, that's good. I guess. Oh god, that's foamy. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. I mean, it is pretty hectic waves and shit, though, so... honestly, I think it's just the water shader isn't foaming enough. Now we're talking. Now we're dorking. Let's see over here. How are these guys looking? Not terribly bad. Oh, that gets a bit weird here, but I guess that velocity technically... I don't know. I was thinking I could do some distance field shenanigans to damp the wave height behind the you know, behind the direction of the waves. So like here would just be naturally less WPOS. But I don't know. Because, like, we know the direction of the waves, and, like, naturally it would kind of scoot itself down a bit. But then I'd have to be doing that. I mean, I'd be sampling distance fields in the water shader anyway to do, like, distant foam kind of approximations. Because the idea is that, like, from a distance... I mean, this is why I'm not doing, like, Fourier transform. No furry. No Fourier. Or Fourier. Fourier. Because it's like a tiling ocean shader. This is to break the system against the rocks. Yes, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of doing that already. By just, like, reversing the velocity. Well, you can see, because it gets applied. It gets applied kind of offset because the way that the, because the WPO... Maybe I need to do like, an additional water surface. Maybe I need to accumulate all the added velocities, etc. this frame. And then at the end, when I add them all, I then distort it by the wave WPO. Just so that, like, yeah, this little bit here, it should be happening, like, you know, here. And then over here, I mean, it looks kind of fine because it's no WPO, but... I mean, it looks fine for now. Let's start moving all the foam around with the wind system. We swooshin'. The bitrate probably fucking hates this so bad. But yeah, I think... Yeah, you can see here as well, it kind of sucks it down. I might be able to, let me go back over there. To prevent that, I could just do water add wave velocity. Instead of doing this sine wave did, I could do water surface, subtract, fuck off, subtract, so water surface is white. No, just water surface frac. Or maybe it's inverted frac. Yeah, because that's like it's sucking it before it comes up over. Frac 1 minus. Oh, wait, no. Oh, fuck. No, 1 minus, then frac. Fuck. So that's a bit better, I think. Because it's only doing it at the very peak of where the water touches the stuff. Which over here ends up looking... It's not too bad, actually. But it just doesn't zhuzh it as much. It's also a little bit less... less good. Whereas that really lets it, like, push. Because, yeah, it has a little bit of, like, afterwards it kind of smushes. Whereas here, yeah, like, because it's not... Because it's driven by WPO. But it doesn't actually simulate the waves. you know, the waves are just doing their usual shit, and then it, like, clips up through here. I mean, it's a very minor detail. Who gives a fuck? Fuck it. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Literally, who cares? Literally, who fucking cares? Once there's like particles and shit everywhere, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna be smushing. Yeah, sorry, Jed. It's just... I know it's not going to be good enough for you. Everyone that plays Sable is going to be like... You know, I did like this game, but, like, the water just wasn't that good, you know? It just wasn't that good. Forgot I had that periodic exploder blueprint going. It's funny. Alright, that's a lot of foam, sorry. Right, so we need our foamiation. Oops, sorry, chick. So pretty much whenever we add foam, we can kind of say that, like, okay, we're adding foam, therefore there should be splash particles, right? Not where there is foam currently, but where we're adding foam. Foamiating? Yeah, well, yeah, because what's going to happen... Yeah, maybe I do need to distort the input stuff by the WPO. Or maybe I need to distort the... No, because... Nah, because, yeah, the particles are going to spawn in the right place. It's just that the texture isn't, you know, distorted by the UVs. Oh, you're not a... Nah, it's dumb. Nah. No, because, yeah, no. Oh, well, yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Alright, let's, You know, I might take a quick break. Maybe eat, like, some apples. And then we will start doing the particles. Yeah, I might go for like another hour or two. Wrap up at 8 AM. Okay, let it go. Already thrown by the water. True, true. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. Do you think it'd be possible to use distance fields to slow the wave progression around objects? So I was thinking of that, Vex. The only problem is, well, for one, distance fields are kind of fucked at the moment in Unreal 5 because of Lumen and stuff. I think what I would do is only do it in the opposite direction of the waves. So just behind these guys. And I don't know if I'd do a time distortion or if I would just lower the, maybe just lower the WPO amount. And so then, yeah, it wouldn't... And then the simulation could kind of take over. Because it's essentially working as though, like, the WPO waves are, like, the truth. And then the simulation is just augmenting that. But yeah, I'd have to do it in both the WPO, like the shader, and the Niagara system to do that. Which, again, wouldn't be too hard, because I'm already sampling the distance fields in both of them. Something on the beach is probably good too. Well, yeah. Well, what would usually happen for, like, beaches and stuff is that you'd manually place down a gradient that then alters the kind of the flow. I mean, the lerp distance is so fucked. Why is it so... Well, anyway, it should... It should be mostly lerped towards going in this direction. And it will naturally, like, it'll kind of tell it, hey, you need to chill the WPO towards the very end of this gradient. So maybe from, like, here to here, it would just flatten it out completely. And so that would kind of, yeah, like, make them a bit more relaxed near the... This is going to look dumb as hell. Near the... What's it called? Near the shoreline. Whereas this is just simulating, like, the deep ocean stuff. Because I'd be practical first person also meaning with simulation distance from the player be far enough to hold up. Yeah. So that's kind of how this is built. Is, it's built with just WPO first. So just the waves doing their thing. And then it's augmented around the player perspective. Which at the moment is very small. Is that still... Why don't you go down? Could Shaders talk Niagara particles some splashes? Yes, that's what we're about to do, actually. But technically the shader isn't talking to anything. We're actually duplicating our wave shader, but inside Niagara. So the WPO is running it per vertex, which means, you know, even all the way over here, we can see it fine. But then in Niagara, we do like a really low resolution version of the WPO. That way we can get the height of the WPO at any given point, as well as the velocity, and that kind of stuff. And then we can dot product that against the distance fields to create a texture that, yeah, all our particles are going to be reading from to then spawn splashes and all that kind of stuff. So, like, already I'm pretty happy with how it looks. But once the particles are in there, it's going to look like fucked up good, you know? And this is also, I can revert this back to the blueprint default. So this is what the waves usually look like, or look more like actual waves. But I just simplified them for the sake of doing, you know, doing testing and whatnot. So usually they would look more like this, where like there's a bunch of them all summed together, being really noisy and whatnot. Maybe that's a bit fucking crazy. Cheers, Vexy. I'm pretty stoked with it. I do vibe. So dumb. Now the flow map can oscillate given no input direction. Do you have any tricks to get around that? Yeah. Oh, you figured it out. Okay. Yeah, you could just sample it. Or like, you know, let's say you're doing the water normals and the water isn't moving anywhere. Wait, is there a, or is that just... Oh, you know, that's fine. Because we're using a river. It is planned to. We haven't done it yet, but the framework is all there. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, that just looks fucking dumb now. But yeah, there's like an RVT that we draw. Can you just like... Here we go. We draw the flow map of the river to an RVT. Then we're going to put that RVT in Niagara and add its velocity into the simulation. And same thing with the waves. So like the waves are like predetermined so that at a distance you can still see them and they look nice. But then once they're in the simulation zone, we use that data to drive an additional simulation on top. So for the rivers, it'll be at a distance, it'll just look like, you know, rivers. But then as you get closer to it, it'll actually start simulating the velocities moving around and crashing off things and flowing down channels and whatnot. And the foam, you know, generating where there's like positive pressure. And then that foam will get, you know, moved down the river and whatnot. And that way it can all work. You can have rivers flowing into the ocean. And all that kind of stuff. Which is nice. Yeah, so lots of things to do. Let the panning normals to flow out normals based on vertex normals. I was going to say based on the flow map length. So whatever's going into the flow map, get the length of that, and then use that in the lerp. So if it's not moving, if there's no flow direction, it'll be using the panning ones. And then as it starts to, you know, get blown around or moved around, then it will lerp into the flow map version of it. Will the rivers handle elevation change? Yes. It should be able to handle, like, rapids as well as, like, you know, like, meandering rivers and stuff. There is one thing, like, maybe it'll kind of fuck me in the end, but things like Fluid Ninja and Fluid Flux, oh, maybe I just need, like, a good river mesh generator thing. But, like, yeah, what I'm doing is, like, when the water is on a surface, we don't actually track any kind of, like, elevation, right? It's just, it's on the surface, and, you know, we just fuck around with it from there. But it isn't, like, it can't pool up. Like, it can't pool up and then overflow, and then pool up again and then overflow. Which is kind of what, like, steep rivers and creeks do. I mean, like, you can kind of simulate it here, but you can also see that, like, some of this water is just disappearing into the abyss. So yeah, maybe one with GeoScript. Ooh, okay. Because I think what I'd want to do is, because, like, yeah, let's say you've got this, right? This whole dude here. You know, a river wouldn't just run diagonal down this. It would, like, you know, go here, it would pool up here, then it would flow down here, then it would pool up here a bit and flow a bit more and all that kind of stuff. So I think some kind of, like, yeah, river mesh generator. The one other thing, though, about doing and this is the same with Fluid Flux, something that I want to dick with a bit, at least for my game, I need rivers to be able to, I need rivers to be able to have variable height based on, like, if it's raining or it's not raining or there's snow melting or whatever. The creeks and rivers need to change their fullness. Same with, like, having tides, where, you know, at some point this is tide in, tide out. Which tides is really easy to do. I just have to add, like, a Z offset to both the shader and the Niagara thing. So tides is, like, piss easy. But river level is a little bit harder. But I also think if I generated a mesh that was, like, at maximum flow, and then just, like, moved it down, technically it should act exactly how you'd expect. And then what would happen is that as you lower it down, it would move from the mesh version to having like the water trickle version between little pools of like mesh water. Because the water here isn't a mesh. This is all just like 2D shader shit. Like all this water. There's no like geometry. It's just shaders with stupid UV offsetting and whatever. Also, that one's supposed to have a different material. But yeah, I don't know. Lots of stuff to fuck with. Not sure if I want to make a game or a movie. I want to make a world. Wonder if Fluid Ninja uses dynamic mesh to create their fluids? I'm pretty sure it does. I think it generates a mesh on the fly using Niagara. So Niagara can do GPU meshes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the dynamic mesh interface. So it can just do all of that on the GPU based on a texture. Which I think also means that technically the normals are always correct. But it's also pretty expensive to do that compared to just having a subdivided plane and just like pushing this up. Which is what I'm planning on doing just to augment the shorelines and whatnot. Just so there's a little bit of three-dimensionality to it. But yeah. Anyway, I desperately need some food, so I might take a little 10, 15-minute break, and then it's particle time. The moment that we've been waiting for 7 hours. I literally just spent 7 hours redoing what I'd done yesterday, but like less fucked up. More sane. But I mean, look, if people are gonna like look through this and like learn from it, then it kind of needs to be sane. All right, BRB. You know, I can just run the simulation while I'm gone. Maybe over here. Full screen. Cool. BRB. Yo! I have the goods. Oh. We've got toast. Is that focusing? Oh yeah, yeah. Toast with hummus and virgin olive oil. One with a paprika and linseed dukkha, and the other with a coriander seed dukkha. Coriander and sesame, I think? I don't know. Yeah, I fucking love bread. How good's bread? Mmm. Mmm. Delicious. Heard from Netherlands, we love our bread too. Hell yeah. Let's get that bread. Mm. Where that protein at? It's called gluten, brother. Gluten is my main source of protein. Mm. Oh. Don't you eat hummus? I have made my own hummus plenty of times, but this is the it's from a 1 kilogram tub of hummus from Aldi, and it's actually so good. Actually, the bread is from Aldi, and the dukkha is also from Aldi. From their curated, their Christmas from last year. Now we're on to the coriander one. Doing the challenge right now, yeah. Had the roasted garlic one. I have. I don't know, something about this dukkha just hits different. Yeah, like coriander and sesame seeds. Just fucks me up. Aldi Crocs, true. What's a dukkha? It's like a seed and spice crushed mix. You kind of crush it, and then you know, it's like crummy, kind of. Almost like really fine breadcrumbs. And then you just sprinkle it. Usually you sprinkle it on like eggs. Like fried eggs. Like sambal. No, so it's like, yeah, it's a dry seed and spice ground mix. And nut, maybe? Oh, it's so good. Oh, and you toast it all before you grind it. And just, yeah, it's just, yeah. DUKKAH. It's an Egyptian and Middle Eastern condiment consisting of a mixture of herbs, nuts, and spices, typically used as a dip with bread or fresh vegetables. Yeah, so usually what you'll do, bread, dip it in oil, and then you dip the oiled bread into the dukkha. Honestly, it's like one of the... I don't know. It's just making me like tear up a bit. I'm just feeling a little bit emotional. It's just that good. All right, particles time. So we're kind of adding all of our foam. Better than Algorid kebab. Yeah, it's better than those Ugthunky kebabs with the hot sauce. Okay, so we're doing all this shit, we're doing all this stuff, blah, 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 blah. We need to get our... Pardon me. Our... What's it called? Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know, I might need to stock up this Christmas. Because just that coriander one in particular, like, I'm nearly running out of it to the point where I'm like rationing it, you know? Because there's the cumin and mustard one, then there's the paprika and linseed one, and then there's the coriander and seed one. It's just, I don't know. It's just my favorite. It's just so good. All right, water projection. Water foam. So what we're going to do is we are going to do this, and this is called foam this frame. I'm just going to store that bad boy. Because we're then going to sample that in the big boy. Because, yeah, I think we want to use the long-term foam to do some little kind of splishy splashes. But then the foam this frame is like the big, chunky boys. And so this is where we do all of that stuff. Right, then we need one final sim stage for the water. Oh, I've got the hiccups. Generic simulation stage. You are going to be called... Fuck this sim... This thing's getting so fucking long. This is called Water Final Stage TM. Final stage. Final stage V2. Final V2 final. Alright, you're gonna go up here. Right here. So this will iterate over our data interface of our water wave data grid. And then what this one is going to do is... So this one should be writing this guy, the draw water thing, because this doesn't get used anywhere. So we're gonna get, well, this is just for the what's it called? The height and the velocity. Like absolute height and velocity. So I mean, it doesn't matter where it gets done. I may as well just fucking yeet this. Wait, what does the projection do? Right, that resamples the stuff that we calculated in the last stage. I've been thinking of getting back into RuneScape. I've been thinking about RuneScape again. Uh-oh. Too much Schwerky? Yeah. I mean, RuneScape's good because it's like, you can just have it up on the second monitor. I don't know. It's just like the ultimate game in that way, where it's like, you can play it for 24 hours a day, or 16 hours a day. If you're working at a desk, it's like you have it up. You know, you click on a tree, you let your character cut it down. You know, it doesn't matter if you're not being super efficient or whatever. And then, like, there's a lot of ways you can just, like, half play the game. Which I like. Because it means that you can play the game. Like, if you want to play it, but you're, like, busy, you can just kind of half play it. But then, when when you finish work or whatever, and you can, like, actually start playing it, you've made progress, you know, while you were working. And so then you can kind of use that payoff. Does that make sense? I think it's a good way. I think a lot of, like, games need more pacing options, I think. You know what I mean? It's like, cool, yeah, Valheim, like, survival, crafting, blah, blah, blah. But, like, you know, you can just, like, sit around and smelt ore. And, like, you're still progressing, but it's not super, like, you know, click intensive. Or, like, vintage stories are good. You know, you can play that at a lot of different paces. You know, you can go out and explore and do stuff and do, like, all the quests and whatever. But then you can also just, like, sit around and, like, cook stuff and prepare for journeys or, like, smith, you know, metals and whatnot. And you can choose the pacing at any given time. But just, sorry, endgame is chill. That was our, like, mine and Amethyst's early game. Well, for her at least. As soon as we had copper, it was just chiseling. Chiseling simulator. Alright, let's do a scratchy boy. This is called water waves. Well, this is just called water particles mask. Should have chiseled more. Yeah. I wish the chiseling wasn't so finicky with the insulation. I feel like until they'd like nailed that, I guess you don't really know if it's broken or not until you implement it, but it was just annoying where like it was like winter and we're freezing. Or like, you know, it's summer and all of our food's rotting because there's like a tiny little gap in the walls because something was chiseled without leaving one of the faces fully flush. It's just a bit silly. They should just do it like, I don't know. Maybe like a percentage based on how much has been chiseled as a fallback. So that if a chiseled block isn't insulating, like it's not whatever, you can then just like get all of the voxels and get the percentage and just say like, oh yeah, it's like 1.5% not insulated. And instead of like invalidating that, and then invalidating the entire room not being sealed. But I don't know, doing that kind of stuff in like a voxel engine sounds like a dick pain. You'd have to do like a flood fill. I don't know how you do that. Alright, let's do execution to unit. Line trace every voxel. Line trace every voxel against every other voxel. Now we're talking. Right, if we're iterating over this guy, we want to be water wave data. So if this guy's big and this guy's small, then we want to you see, the thing about UVs so we're this guy and we want to sample this guy into the middle of our guy. So we need to map. Didn't I already do this? No, it was the other way around, wasn't it? So I want to I want to put this into here. And then I also need to mask out. So this guy, sample. The fuck am I? Right, no, I need this to be 0 to 1 in here. So for this 0 to 1, how do I get this part to be 0 to 1? So that would be 2, 5. This would be 7, 5. So how do I make 2, 5, 0? Well, I subtract 0.25. Bring that down to there. which will then make this 0.5. So then subtract 0.25 multiply by 2. Easy. Then I also need to mask this. Although really I should be feathering it. So like we'll just do this. And then on the other end, when we have our 0 to 1, we can go minus 0.5. Get the length of that. Multiply it by beige number. And then saturate that. And that's our radial mask around the simulation zone in the middle. We'll go by like 5 or so. So then we need to add all of our shit together. So this, what was this called? Foam this frame? Foam this frame? Foam this frame. Cool. Is that post delta? It is post delta. So I won't need to do that. So it is literally foam this frame. Then we're going to yeet that into there. Cool. Then also from this guy, we need to get just the foam. The foam. Water foam. Cool. And that gets the same treatment. We also need to get the fucking... the water, local velocity, right? If we're going to be using this to... Yeah. Oh, fuck off. Oh, no, you're a piece of shit. Sample 2D. Oh, fuck off. Set these nuts. Sample 2. Sample reviews vector 2D value. There we go. At this guy. This is water velocity. This will get added to the other shit. Foam this frame will get added to the other shit. Another thing is that I do a, maybe I should be doing that in Niagara. I do like a foam mask, right? In the material side of things. For like, over here, there's like foam that trails backwards. If I like yeet this up. Right, we get these like backward foam trails, and that's just in the shader. So using a gradient from wave tip to other wave tip. But I'm thinking in here, and that's just using the peak mask, right? I'm thinking in here, like in the simulation zone, I might just add part of the peak mask. No, I'd have to do it in both places anyway, though. Hello, boy. Can you not? Yeah. Boy. What you doing, my boy? Oh. Off he goes. I think he wants to go out. He only just came in, though. Little shit. Little shitlord. Water foam. Foam this frame. Water velocity. We can also get the... It was like a Vector 4, wasn't it? Ugh. Ugh. Vector 4. Water. Wave. Data. Pixel? Water wave data. I just got this water wave grid. Alright, what was this guy called? Water wave data. All the way up here, because we need it before we do the other shit. Water wave velocity and height. Fantastic. Which we need for inside here, but then at the end, we need to combine it with the dude, just for the render target. Water, wave, velocity, and height. You are stack context. We're gonna get you. Fuck, how am I gonna... I also need to adjust, because like this stuff here is technically not... It's not just going sideways, right? It's technically going up the wave. I don't fucking know. Let's just convert you. Into a 2D. Actually, no, you know what? Let's go convert this guy, 2D. Actually, can you append? No. This guy will be converted into a 3 vector. It's just called a vector, isn't it? No, you know what? Fuck it. We turn it into a vector 4 and we just give it 0 down here. Can you, like, not have the big-ass name there? So we get the 2D and the 2D. Let's just break out the Z and multiply it by the length of the RG. Or, no, maybe, well... Z velocity. If the Z velocity is going up, but we're also going more this way, then it should be going... I don't fucking know. In every... Z... length of velocity, Z height. It would have to be like some factor of the Z. So if it's going up... you know, yeah, if it's going up, then 0.001 multiplied by the length of the water velocity. Sorry, length plus 1. Of here, because if that's going... Let's say that... Well, yeah, it wouldn't be that much more, but... You know, I can just do length and then that added to itself. Well, it doesn't make any difference whether I do it like that or I do length plus 1. Right? It ends up being the same. Multiply, add. Multiply these nuts. So some factor of the z-boy. Most of the time I'm just making this shit up, you know? It's not actually real. I don't actually know what I'm talking about. I'm just speaking in tongues. I'm just letting the unreal deities use me as a vessel. Okay, so this is going to go into the B. That's going to be 0. Then we just smack dab this Falamander into here. Oh, we probably also need to, if we're going... Oh, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just... Okay, this is, water, wave, final, velocity, height. What do you mean output? Oh, I didn't fucking connect them all up. Ha 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 ha. X, Y, Z, dub. Yeah, get the dub. Get the dub. Yeah, alright, emo girl. Just kidding. Just a joke. Alright, 4 vector. This is our water wave particle mask. Which we're going to make out of... Oh, well. We're going to make our vector 4. And we get... So foam this frame. That's from our dude mask. So we probably want to get the... You know what? I might even just recall them here. Let's get you up. Book talkers. Oh, fuck TikTok. Fuck TikTok. TikTok D's. What was this called? Foam. No, wave, water, wave, peak, mask. Yeah, that's peak. Did I already say that joke? I think I did. Peak mask. Okay, so that should be divided by 8. Beforehand. But then I think what I can do is use this peak mask to draw to the foam stuff. So in like projection, we could just get the... Oh, do I recall that in... Get water surface. Water wave peak mask. I do. Straight in there. Water wave. Float. Water wave peak mask. Let's just fucking delta. Oh, well, that's just water foam. I could just... Yee. No. No. Let's do it separately. Waterway peak mask by delta time Waterway peak mask, some factor. Added to the man. We're not going to do foam this frame, though, because we want... Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Alright, let's see how this goes. Luna, thanks for sticking around. I think I've done something wrong. I think something's gone terribly wrong. Oh, gosh. That's fine. This guy's okay. This guy's angry. Oh no, wait, what? What is happening? What? Hello? Water wave peak mask. Is it just because down here I'm like... Let's just unfuck that real quick. There is no... I'm guessing it's going negative. We do our Gersty Wavos. Peak mask all added together. Water wave peak mask. And then in the projection stage, we get the peak mask distorted by the WPO. Yes. Water wave peak mask. We divide it by 8. We should be dividing it by 8 and then saturating it, because it does have negative values. Water wave peak mask, then in our get water surface, water wave peak mask, and that's coming from water wave peak mask. There we go. Okay, so it's a bit extreme. Okay, there we go. So we're just getting a little bit of water foam going where the waves like overlap a bit. It is quite low res though, but YOLO. Maybe it just needs to be more chill. More chill, less swell. Yeah, that's not too bad. Like that, yeah. Although, to be fair, these are like very tame waves. And that's just going to keep building up, isn't it? As I put it up more, I don't think our peaks get... No, the peaks don't get stronger. Whoa. Oh my god, you're crazy. Anyway, I don't give a fuck. Let's just go back into here. I mean, it's good enough for now, whatever. Who cares? Who cares, who cares? Let's now go to our big thing. Water particles... mask. Water wave peak mask. So that subtract number. Saturate. Well, probably. Well, yeah, we'll do that, then we'll multiply it somewhere before we yeet it in. Although this will need to be multiplied by delta time. Yeah. Yo, Critter Crew. Created by Critters. How's it going? How was the stream? What were you up to? Please, I'm begging you, tell me all about it. What are you working on? Stream went well? Hell yeah. It's good to hear. Claim this frame, peak mask this guy. But then we also want the crashing. Strings connected to boxes. That's what we're all about here. We're all about those string boxes. So I think with the... Let's get the water wave, water wave distance field, plural. We're gonna need to dot it against this. Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah. More string will make them nicer, that's correct. Adding resources to mine in a space-based battle royale we're making. Nice! Hell yeah. What engine are you using? Or are you all custom? Wave distance field. So if we're getting... Let's say we're looking really far away. And we've got this smashing into this. Then we have the distance fields. Distance field. The wave velocity, or new wave velocity. Let's convert you. If I'm going to do a 3 vector, then I may as well convert you over here. Can I just make 3 or make vector? Make vector. Oh, fuck off. No, break vector. Fuck off. Break vector. There we go. And then smack you into there. So that will then convert it. I also want to get the... well, you know what? Out of here, remove. Let's get the vector. You can disappear. Smack, smack, smack. Cool. Then the Z of this guy. Let's grab you. Instead of doing a full break, we just go float. The Z comes out into here. You go into here. Oh, fuck. Vector. Plus, piss up. Plus. This vector gives us our final wave velocity for the particles. Then we need to dot this velocity against this guy. Then we need to slurp that into the... You know, I can just do it over here. Alright, dot product. So when they're... It should be when they are negative. Let's negate that. And also... Negate and delta timed it. Because this is velocity... well, no, it's velocity against... Velocity against what? It's velocity against... a direction, a unit vector. Which means that that will return pretty much the velocity as a float. Length of the velocity as a float if they're hitting each other. Multiplied by delta time. And some factor. 1, good enough for me. That will then get added to this guy. A final foam. Final foam mo. That looks so ugly. Ah, that... It's in Godot. Nice, nice, nice. Previous game tech demos were in Unity, so I'm going to C#. Nice, nice. Yeah, Godot is, seems like a banger. I would use Godot if I was smart. But I'm not. So I use Unreal Engine. But yeah, I'm currently working on a compute shader, like a hybrid water/interaction system. That can do, like, you know, shore waves, and like it'll run off and do shit, and interactive water, and it's fucking there's foliage interaction, there's a wind interaction system, interact with particles, all that kind of stuff. It's got ball interaction. Interact with balls. That's not part of it. Oh, fuck, I can't see past the fucking... all the shit that I've got in this test level. Yeah, so it does, like, foliage. Like, GPU-based. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's all... The usual method is to... You know, you keep track of the player location, and then you, like, kind of bulge things out around the player location as, like, a hard-coded thing. But what we're doing here is we are we're doing that, but we're tracking it on a texture, like its own render buffer. So as I move around, we're drawing... Oh, well, this is our footprint kind of stuff. So this gets used for, like, grass. Just excuse the exploding. And there's another one that is for, like, big bubble, like, kind of general interaction. And then we do some, like, pivot painting stuff to make it so that these look almost like bone physics and whatnot. Except the difference being that, you know, we can have, like, 1 million bushes and the system doesn't get any more expensive. And we can run through them, and it looks very bushy and you know, interactive and nice. Do you think shaders knew about each other? Yeah, exactly. So we kind of draw a texture, and then all the shaders are doing is just reading it as a texture. It's like how you do snow that you'd crawl through, leave the divot. Yeah, exactly. And we do that. I just don't have it set up at the moment, but that's something that I'll be doing properly soon. Soon TM. I wonder if I can... you know what? I'll just chuck some grass down here. Actually, no, I can put grass up in our fuck zone. Although the... you know, I need to get back to... I need to get... So, yeah. That's what I've been doing. And then the past, like, week, maybe, or like 4 days, I've been moving my water simulation to, like, an incompressible fluid sim. So it, like, handles velocities properly and whatnot. So, like, you know, it kind of, like, see how it curls around? Like real fluids, kind of. So, yeah, that's what I'm working on at the moment. But we're about to do particles. So we're going to be drawing another render target. This one stores the wave's velocity, so that the particles know how fast to spawn. And then this stores the height in world space. And then we're about to generate a mask so the particles know where they're supposed to be, basically. Where they're supposed to spawn. So when the waves crash against a cliff, they'll be big explodey boys. I might also do one for when water is on a really steep slope and spawn some, like, more shit out from it, but I don't know. Right, we also need to do... So I'm not really sure how I want to do, like, if this wave smacks against here, I could technically just spawn all the particles, let them collide with distance fields, and they would bounce upwards. But yeah, I just don't know whether I want to... Let's say it, like, goes and it smacks against... Maybe something more glancing. guess it would be kind of omnidirectional, right? So let's just go down here. Water particles mask is what we would do. Wait, why are you angry? Cannot convert from float 3 to restrict float 4. Oh. Right, it wants me to get the final velocity, which I should be masking using this as this guy. Yeet. Cool. Why the colors all wrong, you piece of shit. Let's see. Are you happy now? Okay, good. Let's then get this guy. We're gonna convert you. Pardon me. I also need this guy to come back. No, that's the Z velocity. I want this guy. The W. To get his ass back in here. So, reroute. Alright. Get this guy. I guess I'll do it over here. So we need to turn this back into a vector 4. Going RGB. You're the alpha. You can... Okay, if this all moves down... I love the node-based editor. Just reminds you of like playing Factorio. Except not a complete waste of time. Video games bad? Right, so this is now our velocity and height, water wave particle mask. Alright, we are about to blow this thing wide open. Where do the... Here it is. Draw. Okay, you come back down. No, you're going to get angry. You come back down to here. Draw... Oh. Draw water. The render target here is the water wave data render target. And we're going to draw the water wave velocity and height. So let's check that real quick. Because we... Ah, I had nothing on it. So in theory, this should have our local velocities as well. It just doesn't look super... Oh, God. Does it? Maybe my math was wrong. How fucking hard is this? That doesn't make sense. You're coming out of here. Water wave, velocity, and height. And then we're setting... Oh, water wave, final velocity, and height. I don't think I need to... Because that gets generated every frame anyway. Let's just, yeah, like, raw dog it in there. Okay, here we go. Now, why are we getting the clipping here? Because we're supposed to be masking it by this. Which is, like, kind of guaranteed. Oh, technically no, because it can touch the edges. You piss off. You piss off. Yeah, we're getting like... Why is that getting drawn in? How can I make this suck less? Is it just because it's touching the very edge? Where is this coming from? Oh, you know what it is? No, I still don't know what it is. No, I do. This needs to be clamped. Yeah. Also, maybe my math is just wrong. If I wanted to remap this, so I would subtract 0.5, that would then come to 0.5, then multiply by 2. No, so that's fine. Oh my god. Why? Fuck. Stop doing this. You're shit. How can it be doing that? If I just said... So yeah, this is our wave WPO velocity. How can I just get this guy in the middle? Well, that's what I was doing. Get in the middle. Yeah, okay, so it is doing it, but then... Let's get rid of the B channel. Yeah, why is it not masking it? Because I'm doing... Am I supposed to add that? No, because it's the length between them. Like, fuck, bruh. Bruh. Why does it do that? Ah, because of the waves, right. So it's just getting, like, the clipped edges. I mean, if I just get the original unit and, like, again, this isn't ideal, but we can get that minus 0.5. This should give us a gradient big circle. No? The fuck do you mean? Get water wave grid unit. Do that. You're then going into water wave, velocity, and height. Draw water. Water wave, velocity, and height. To the water wave data render target. And it's just drawing pretty much a low-res version of our local shit into it. I wonder if this is going to be, like, high-res enough to even do anything with. Or whether I'll have to, like, layer them, like, sample both of them in the particles. I don't know. So this is iterating over the water wave data grid. Cool. Alright, let me just, like... unit? You know... well, you know... This still doesn't make sense, though. Like, what? Oh, actually, no, I can see it now. Or could I? Maybe not. Let's just get this guy. Smack him right into there. Right in the chin. Okay, so that's big boy gradient. Which is getting this guy subtract 0.5. So if I get this guy subtract 0.5, you should be small boy. Right. So then why is it... Wait, why the fuck is it a... Why is it yellow? Eh? Hold on. Just go make... No, not... Make vector 4. Why would I want to make a scale matrix? You shit. Let's just do this. Let's just... Do we get the white circle? Why is it... Oh, it's because I've... I only got RGB. Yeah, fucking whatever. You piece of fucking garbage. So then when we get this, we get our bullshit, our water velocity. We do some shit. We multiply it by this mask that is clearly correct. Is it this convert pin? No, X, Y, Z, and then the alpha. So let's just get our water velocity into here, into there. Show me. This is exactly what I was doing last time. Okay, now it wants to work. Fucking whoop-de-doo. So then we want to plus the wave stuff. Cool. Okay, so now we've got the local stuff here. And we have the far stuff out here. Now, again, I wonder if this is going to be fidelitous enough to actually use to do our particle stuff. If it isn't, then our other options are to... We can either... we can either... Product doesn't follow the play? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I won't have to do any remapping or anything. Because I don't actually store the world position anywhere. But I can just infer the world position for the particles to sample at. Because the particle system will be tied to, well, whatever our simulation's following. And then I can just be like, okay, well, I know that this is 80 meters across, or a 40 meter radius, or a 4K 4096 radius, and then sample this texture with this as our midpoint. So yeah, should be fine. I wonder if, like... No, I guess this stuff is more faster than this stuff. Yeah, no, it should be okay. I just want to be able to see it properly. Yeah, that could be fine. So then let's get this guy. Water wave particle mask. Am I setting a render target called... No, let's copy past. This guy, you need a user parameter. Water wave. Water wave data render target. Girl cat, hop off there, please. Let's make a new one, which is a texture render target. This is called... Wait, where the fuck did it go? T, texture render target. Texture render... Girl cat, what are you doing? Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You want to go outside? We'll go outside soon. Oh god, the sun's already... You can see the sun through the thinger. Alright, texture render target. You are called water wave... Fuck up. You are called... Click. Water wave particle mask. Then we need an emitter texture render target 2D. You are called water wave particle mask. Okay, then we need to... Well, firstly, I'm going to save all, because this can get giga fucked. Set water wave render target data, whatever. Particle mask is going to... Yeah, also get set to... Oh, no, what are you doing? Your water wave fucking... water wave particle mask. This guy up here. You can fuck up. Well, actually, I can chuck him in here, can't I? Water wave particle mask up here. Don't crash on me. Don't you dare. I will kill. I will end your process, Unreal Engine. You fucking dog. Maybe it's just auto-saving, you know? Nah, there it goes. Classic. Oh my god, I can't wait to have a shower. I feel like the fucking sweatiest nerd in existence. Alright, let's just do it as its own dude here. Water, wave, particle mask here. Render target 2D is... Where the fuck is it? Water wave particle... Hello? Ah, here. Water wave particle mask. Bam. Size... Oh, I need to copy that to then do water wave particle mask. Bam. Okay. Then here, that just inherits user parameter settings, right? Yeah. And then in here... Oh, fuck, there's so many fucking things. Oh my god. Water wave particle... Water velocity render target isn't set. Eh? Water render target? Oh, maybe I'm setting it in the... Whatever. Water velocity, water, wave, ocean wave velocity. Okay, so there's the ocean wave velocity RT that I should be using as the other one. As this one. Wait, now I'm just confused. Okay, you know what? Let's go... Particle mask is this one. So should I stream now and then? I mean, yeah, you could. We'll do the old 1-2. What a fitting song. This is the Cathaby fishing village music. It's even got the swooshing.
You plus not sleeping because of the rain. Yeah, dogs and cats as well can get a bit freaked out by rain and thunder and stuff. I think I might need to multiply these values by 4, just because they've been scaled down. I don't know. May as well, fuck it. Yoller. Yollero? Right, so inside them we're getting a lot of stuff. I thought I was supposed to... I guess because these aren't... Anyway, let's particle. I think for now I'll just chuck it on the character. This is wanting 100,000 per second. Nice. We're going to initialize particles. Just do whatever. Spawn wherever the fuck you are. Wave, splash, initialize, param. So this is the spawn position, simulation position. This guy, convert, which is its local position. Simulation size, yeah, divided by the simulation size. Sample from the dude. And then... Right, this was doing the offsetting itself, which we don't do. What was that? Oh, because that was the... Okay, so this guy goes there, this goes there, this goes there. MIP level, who cares? So this is our I just like make vector, break vector, Schleich vector. So this is where it gets done, and this is velocity. Velocity and also height in world space. So that will then go to here. So we set the position to be on top of the water. I also need to do a buoyancy thinger. So then the velocity gets set to... Why the negative of that? So this is our velocity here. You get set there, times 1, I guess. Then we just need to use the... So this is splashes this frame. So if the splashes this frame is less than that, then don't spawn it. Oh, and this was also using this to do the... I think it was... well... Fuck it, let's just do this for now. Okay, this should, in theory, be working. Then it will kill particles and then add some randomness. Particles stay, gravity force, drag, self force, velocity. I might even just put a collision. We're going to do that after gravity. Why are you shitty? Threat render has opaque material. Oh yeah, no, I want to use distance fields, not GPU depth buffer, because that's cringe. We want this to bounce a bit. I don't really fucking care. Just let it do its thing. Okay, let's see. Oh, I saw one. I saw a particle. Let's, gravity, kill particles, init params, cylinder location, cylinder height. I guess it might need one to initialize it. Spawn rate 100,000. That's quite a few. Maybe it's just that our... Let's use our green boy. And then, yeah, this is getting the velocity. And setting its initial velocity. Okay, hold on. So this is getting our current foam mask. Very interesting, very interesting. So is that the random velocity doing that? I feel like our wave WPO is a bit overtuned. I just have a feeling that the WPO for the waves is maybe just like a little bit too like high compared to what it's supposed to be. Do you know what I mean though? Like it just looks a little bit exaggerated. I wonder why that is. I mean, it's obvious that it's like a delta time issue. But why? Because when we do it, we're getting the... Fuck are ya? Let me just turn these guys off for a sec as well. Just to save the stream. Here, Ghost No Waves, do your thing. Blah, blah, blah. It's getting the WPO and subtracting the previous WPO. Which is like, yeah, like it is per frame, right? Like if I've moved this far, is it maybe the... No, it is using world position. Yeah, no, so it is in world space. Okay, well, if I just don't divide it by delta time... Sorry, I'm hunching, so my camera keeps defocusing. Like, yeah, that looks more sane. That looks like it matches the velocities, right? But I've already tuned everything else to be... Well, for now, I will just get delta time. Although, I mean, even... No, you know what? Let me do it in the render target stage. Just do it here. Get this guy. Oh, just... fuck, I don't know. Yeah, here. No, but then the height gets... And let's not even worry about this. Let's just put you straight into here. With that set to 0. Just chill out. Don't fuck around. You can get delta timed it. Swoop that up into here. You go into there. That shouldn't be getting times by delta time. Don't know how you sit like that for this long? Yeah, me neither. It's yeah. Not ideal, probably. Like, that looks more sane. Because these waves aren't moving that fast. Although now they're just not moving at all. And then that was adding random velocities. Just to kind of give them a bit of pizzazz. Gravity force? Is that even necessary though? Maybe it's the drag? Look at them bounce. That's funny. Maybe we don't worry about collision. Okay, so they're doing that. Let's just take gravity off. Just fucking chill. We splashin', we splashin'. Okay, and they are moving. Yeah, with a much more appropriate, like, velocity. Oh, wow, my eyeballs. I probably also want them to spawn more near us. Cylinder distribution. Random. Can you do like a circle? Ring disc. Ring radius. 4096. Distribution points along the main radius of the torus. Ring distribution around the ring. Name view distribution. What does that even I'm gonna go get some water real quick, but then I'll be right back.
we manual focus mode. Alright, it's 8:30 a.m. I need to finish this shit. I've been up all night. I was thinking also spherical, random in a sphere, and then they get snapped to the Z anyway, so it's kind of like that would do a more focused fall off. So this is just spawning some particles at locations that have foam already. Past a certain amount. It'd be a bit smaller, but whatever. When small particle splashes when the water height increases by X amount in Y amount of time. Is it rock faces only? Kind of, yeah. We're getting the velocity of the waves. So any part of the wave at any given point, and then we dot product that against the distance fields, which then gives us like a white mask when it's like hitting something. And it'll be black if it's going the other way. So if we go this guy. So this is our particle spawny mask. So red is where we want to spawn particles like explicitly. G is where we already have foam. So I just wanted to like kind of add a few little wishy-washy ones. And this is also, this is something that I probably need to max the landscape height against this as well, so that we can spawn the particles on land. Because it isn't always necessary that our foam is on water. Like it could be on the shore, just right here, like that. Because that's technically not on the water, so... Yeah. How do you spawn particles based on foam data? So, currently... Currently... We... do some stuff. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's a long story, but in essence, we kind of brute force it. So we have the... Well, we know... We kind of recreate our wave shader in a render target. So that's all out here and whatnot. That's the velocity of these waves. And then in here, all this noise is our local simulation. Doing all this stuff, which is, if we look at it, like the one that we actually, like, look at. The one that we use in the shaders looks like this. Swooshing. Okay, that's a lot of foam. And then it kind of gets sampled in the middle here.
I don't know, I might need to either sample the waves and then sample this one on top of it, just so the particles are like nice and detailed near, you know, the simulation zone and whatever. Because this is like a 512 by 512 render target here, which is pretty extreme. But then for this kind of bigger one, it's 128 by 128, and it covers double the distance. So I'm just experimenting, seeing if this really low resolution one is good enough to do our particle stuff. But then what we're doing in Niagara is we are spawning 100,000 particles per second, but then the majority of them just get instantly killed if they're not on a part of the texture that we want. Let me just do a scale color. Scale alpha, or just alpha. What's the scale color? Yeah, whatever. Scale it by fucking curve. Curve, float from curve. The curve is going to be normalized age, and you are going to go like this. You are going to like do this. You are going to go down here. You're gonna do, why does that go to negative? Oh, there you go. Ah, well, maybe it does need to. Whatever. Oh, good night, cow. I hope you have a good one. And I hope the doggy's okay. Alright, where am I? Oh, there's some fucking particles. Okay, they're moving too fast. Is that because I'm doing in here? Oh god, I'm spawning them way too much. Water particles mask. Is that because I was... No, I'm not doing that anymore. So that must just be because I was yeeting it too much. Visual spawn particle instance based on GPU data. Oh, you mean like the actual... the systems? Yeah, so we have one particle system that's big. That's real big. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying now. Okay, a little bit of shenanigans going on. It's getting there. I mean, obviously it looks dumb, but like, you know, we're not worried about it looking good right now. I just want it to to work. I just don't know what the best method of spawning them is. I just mean they kind of come in and out of nowhere. Very, they need to kind of fade in, fade out a bit more. They're also not like buoyant at all. And it's just lagging a shit ton. Okay, but we can see over here, we're getting them where the, you know what, let's get our waves higher. See, Amethyst, have fun. Like, this is fine now. It's just super laggy. I just don't know if this is the right method to use to spawn the particles. It's render velocities. Ah, get fucked. Fuck your velocities, you shitlord. And also, don't cast fucking shadows. Motion vector settings disable. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, so the Niagara stuff is fine. It's just the... Can you turn that off somewhere, I wonder? Have beef with the program? I mean, yeah. Pretty much. I've always got beef. With this stupid engine. Too much fucking foam everywhere. I think what I might need to do is get the... you know, like the water pressure, and use that to spawn some particles as well. Just for things like, you know, water, like dripping down here, right? That was cursed. Water... I just put puddles on. So if water's like dripping down here. Waiting for it. Here. And then when it hits here, I'd want it to do some little particle things. Yeah, how can you disable velocity drawing for particles? Also, why the fuck are they so bright? So let's just set them to regular material shit. Tangent space, normals, yeah, do your thing. Do the particles do curved normals? No. Fuck it, let's just go text coord. Text coord minus 0.5 normalized. Normalized. And then length. 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 Multiply by 2. 1 minus. Saturate.
Bruh.
I want these to have spherical normals. That doesn't look right. Is it? No, maybe that's fine. Yeah. Spherical normals, these... Okay, that's a bit extreme. Jesus Christ. It's like gigaspherical. Oh, do I need to append the dude to it? When the character's in certain depth ways, walking speed will slow, the animation switch to a funny struggle through the water. Yes! Yeah. Shouldn't saturate usually become before 1 minus? Yeah. It doesn't really matter in this case, but it's usually a good idea, yeah, to do it that way. Alright, give me some damn barnacles. Okay, yeah, they're very 3D. Probably a little bit too 3D. How do I... Right, no, that's conical normals, not spherical normals. How the fuck do you do spherical normals? Fuck are you? Is there a texture sphere? Smooth, normal sphere. You know, I have a feeling that's not a sphere. That looks like a cone. That looks like what I've done. Let me just, length... do this. Multiply by, like, fucking 5. Use that to then lerp. Well, actually, no. I can do... I can use that. Multiply by big number. Saturate. Then multiply this guy. Put that into there. And that will then give me... That will then give me... Show me the shit. Piece of shit. So that should have, like, kind of... Yeah, it should be... Oh, are they not in... Huh? Do they not get corrected when they're rotated? What the fuck is going on here? That looks vaguely spherical, right? And then I can just flatten them down, you know? Just so it's more subtle. But I definitely think the three-dimensionality is decent. You know, I could even give them a... fuck, I don't know, some kind of fucking thinger. Just control it through the curve. Yeah, that's right, Teprak. That is correct. Wow, it's so cursed. Yeah, how can I get them to stop drawing to the thinger? The velocity buffer. Yeah, they're like grey. Why are they grey? Yeah, so Niagara, I mean, yeah, Niagara is pretty hectic, but then, okay, no, it is fine now. So what's our total? Why is our total at 20 milliseconds? Like, why are we dipping? Pre-pass. Ah. Because they're all fucking masked. True. So it's pre-pass and then... Yeah, I wonder what the best way to do the particle spawning is. Whether it's best to do it... I don't know. Yeah, the main thing is going to be... Again, it's probably better to make the particles bigger. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I mean, it's going to look really good over here. Is it maybe that it's too concentrated, though? And we're just getting, like, a billion particle... Like, where are we... Yeah. Ah, I see. I see. So these are... These red things are all the particles, but we're only seeing this many of them. So that's a problem. Right, that's because of this. Because let's just set this to 1. Okay, so this is how many particles we're actually spawning. Which is kind of fucked up. A little bit too much, if you ask me. Now, we could... I mean, maybe that's a good amount, but it's just that we're spawning 100,000 per second. They look better bigger? Yeah, I agree, I agree. Now, when we do this many, it's just a little bit too sparse. Although, I don't know why they're appearing here. Now it just looks stupid. Right, that's just spawning in the current the foam mask in general. So let's just yeet that out of there. And just do the foam this frame mask. Which is where it's like crashing and shit. Let me just check the render target. Particle mask. So this is where they're spawning currently. I need to somehow mask out like underneath or in things. I think that's another problem, is that we're getting it like underneath a lot of stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, that one's fucking obvious, but... What direction will make it look? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to get the logic working at the moment. Alpha channel of RT also as heavy as RGB like render target? No, they're all equal. Because render targets can't be compressed. So when you have a render target, it will just... Yeah, it'll just... RGB and A are all the same bit depth. Instead of hiding particles outside the mask, how we offset the particles from the black into the white parts of the mask. I'm trying to think how you would get the direction of that, though. Gradient. Yeah, but you'd have to calculate the gradient of the foam mask. And then there's no guarantee that it would make it there. You'd have to do it a few times. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. Use logic in the object shader mask out of the particles underneath, kind of like you do for the grass occlusion video. Logic in the object shapes and mask out the particles underneath. Oh, you mean like underneath the wall? Oh, you mean underneath here? I think ideally I want to be actually not spawning them, just because they're still taking up juice. There was another idea I had, which was instead of doing these kind of like particle splashies, I could do some like subdivided mesh particles, and then they could sample the foam texture, the foam render target themselves, so they would just kind of sit there, and then kind of, I don't know, just... Yeah, like, I know, I need a more accurate way to get the smushing. It might even just be a case of upping the thingo. So I don't want this to get copyright struck, because I fucking do the fucking remix of the song. Piece of fucking shit, garbage, piece of shit. Fuck. Where do I set the resolution? Wave data. So if I double this, right? If I double it, then yeah, it's obviously less pixelated, but it costs slightly more. But it would be better to, you know... yo, where's all our shit gone? Right, that's fine. Changing the resolution shouldn't have changed anything at all. What is this doing, huh? Hey, relocation, da 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 da. Where is... Get world position. Ah. Right. I see. Alright, so now it's like a higher res dude. Which means it'll be more accurate with like edges and shit. With all the edging. Yeah, I don't know. Almost I need to figure out a better way to do it. I also need to write a buoyancy for the particles. Because at the moment they're just got zero gravity. It just looks dumb as fuck. What does it interact? You're associated with particles from a different Niagara system, like UDS ring. What does it need to change in other Niagara systems? This thing here, like for the global rain runoff stuff, is just a float variable. But for this stuff, depends. What kind of materials are we talking about? Sorry, what kind of particles? Like a singular raindrop, you want it to interact? Or... Oh, you good? Come on. Go in your nest. Don't slip, please. Ooh, good girl. Good jump. These aren't even sliding. Collision. No. Looks like you can create your own Niagara modules. Surely it must be possible to create a location controlling one. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, no, like, yeah, it would be easy, but we'd have to iterate over the entire texture and then call out the pixels and then do some jitter or whatever. Whereas this method is just a brute force where we try spawn, you know, we use random noise, try and spawn some particles here. And then if the texture is white, we let the particle live. Oh wait, this is the start position. I wanted to change the velocity. Performance issues? The performance issues is only from overdraw. Because we're just spawning so much shit, and the opacity pre-pass is just going nuts. Yeah, so with that, Jerry, I'm always planning on doing stuff. I'm planning on... I need to look into Niagara data interfaces, which will allow particles to just write to this, like, global list, and then Prismatiscape will just pull from that list each frame. Wouldn't have to scan the entire texture, you could sample a couple random pixels per frame. Yeah, but that's no different than what I'm doing now, where I'm just sampling random positions and then, you know, then doing the thing. I mean, maybe I could do like a rolling, you know, every 4th pixel per frame. Like pixel 0, pixel 4, pixel whatever, and just kind of scan across it. Like that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think if it was a bit tighter, this would look decent. Maybe with a higher lifetime. Maybe with less gravity. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, for my game, they'll just be like top down, or you know, standard doodad particles. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, these are spawning like all the way out over here. I should probably scale the size by distance so that over here they're like fucking quadruple the size, and that way I don't need to do them as much, obviously. But yeah, it's definitely not very tight. Like, it's getting somewhere there shouldn't really be any. Which I guess is a part of here where I'm getting the distance field. Yeah, there's so many strays, though, like... Oops, not that one. It's a bit nuts. Probably need some normals as well, like... I don't know. Water. Now we're foaming at the mouth. So I should probably use this as the... Instead of gradient exponential. Gradient exponential is really hard here and less hard. Oh yeah, it's exponential. Give me that MF linear fall off, you know what I'm saying? Length, multi, 1 minus. Set 1 minus. Oh, it has to be multiplied by 2 because it's the transition phase in the thing. Actually, no, that should be 2, and it should be the other thing that... The other thing that does the thing with the stuff, and then the thing happens, and then, yeah. They are going everywhere, brother. Maybe just 1.5? They're not like goopy enough. I don't know. Oh, actually, no, I guess I'd want to clamp it here. Oh, wait, no, that should get clamped at like 1. Above 1. I just want the middle to not be as, like, you know, thingo-y. 1-1 even? Oh. Now that's gooping. I mean, it's getting there. It's just a bit laggy and shit. Yeah, that's another thing I need to do. I need to mask it so it's only the outside. I mean, these meshes are pretty bad for this because they are thingamajiggin, you know? So dumb. Oh, God. You know what I could do to just, like, save some juice is, reduce the sphere radius so it's just on the screen instead of fucking everywhere else. Yeah, they're all spawning in the rocks, which shouldn't really be happening. What else is going into that thing? Delta time. The dot product. Times this. I mean... Oh, well, no, because this is... Because this isn't normalized. This is here, water velocity of our dude, plus the wave's velocity. But then, yeah, we want it to be so that when it's faster against these, it then spawns more stuff. But this is the absolute length. So, okay, so this is saying, like, only when the velocity is above 500 do we want to spawn these. Yeah. Okay, let's say, like, 1,000. Oh, sorry, only when the velocity against a surface. Oh, direct velocity against a surface is some value. Aside from all that shit. Yeah, so now it's a bit more sane. And then there's also the foam this frame, which this is from the, you know, this shit. Let's go 100. Because the foam this frame is like very, what's it called? Very chill. Now we're just getting too much fucking splashy. I mean, this isn't too bad though. This isn't. It's definitely more localized, which is great. And then there's this bit here, which is just for distance field shit. I don't know. I might ask AK how he does it. That's always my fallback, is just, oh, how does Fluid Ninja do it? Like, what's the best way? Just ask Fluid Ninja. Yeah, there's not even that much happening. It's just... The other thing to keep in mind is that with anything that's using the buoyancy system will be, like, manually spawning its own particles. So, like, the character will spawn particles as it moves through the water, rather than relying on all of this stuff. Any, like, consequent... Oh my god, it's so fucking bright in here. Any, like, consequent, you know, velocities and stuff that get drawn will rely on this system. But this is just supposed to be, like, the little spice. The spice of life. So what's actually... fucking it now? Base pass, single layer water. Niagara is nearly up to 3. Okay, so we are running at 60 FPS. Yeah, I just need to cull it so it doesn't try spawning underneath this. Oh, like, I don't mind if it, yeah, spawns on land. But it shouldn't be spawning there. Which means that I need to... in here... when I... how can I even do that, though? I don't know. I might leave it there for now. My brain is just mega fucked. It's 9:30. Holy shamoly. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I hope you all had a good time. I know, right, Jed? I know, right? Yeah, I'm hungry. I need food. I need food, I need water. I need cats. I need some cat time. I need a shower. I'm a fucking sweaty grease ball, man. The sun hurts my eyes. I'm just not having fun. But yeah, I think the particle stuff, I'll need to think about it a bit more. It might be a case of doing a near system that reads from the main render, like the main velocity render target. And then another that reads from another one. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, we're going to be raiding Amethyst. Although she just went AFK. So I'll wait for her to get back. She must be making coffee. Kafeve. Any Coffee's in the chat. But yeah, I think tomorrow I won't stream because I want to edit that Niagara custom module tutorial video. Because it's been like 3 weeks since I uploaded a video. I was trying to upload a video every 2 weeks, but I'm just shit at editing videos. Or it's not so much that I'm shit at editing videos. I'm shit at recording the videos in the first place. So like I record it, and then when I'm editing, I'm like, oh, I missed this thing, or I need to clarify this thing, or I need to do this and that and this and that. Also, why is it so fucking bright? See, this gives context to, like, how low I have my lighting set up, usually. Like, this key light is at 1% brightness when I stream. 1%. 1%. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look at the best way to do these particles. The other thing I could do is to pre-compute where the shorelines are and then sample within... You know what I mean? Like maybe just... No, but then I'd have to have a bunch of particle systems down. If I could just put particle systems near the shorelines and near the rocks and that kind of thing, and activate them so that they're only querying in their little zone, and then they'd ask the texture, hey, did I get the thing? Did I get the thing? Did I get the thing? Then, you know, maybe it would work a bit better, but it is tough. All right, amethyst. Unga Bunga just buying because it is my game. Yeah, hell yeah. Me too. All right, well, we're going to raid amethyst. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you to the YouTubes for sticking around. Hope you all learned something. I hope you all enjoyed. And enjoy Amethyst, who is doing some sculpting. Sculpting a chair. Sculpting a cushion. Or I guess it's, yeah, the base of a chair. Anyway, goodbye. And to the